starting to gain control, so they have to undermine labor. And what do? They flood it. And so now, this isn't to demonize illegal immigrants. This is not about that. This is about them pitting working class people against even poorer, more desperate people who are.
Praveen, thank you, sir, so much for being here.
We have a Hindu pyramid in India that predates the oldest pyramid in Egypt. But how do you turn up a 9-foot rock? That's going to weigh in tons. Here we are presenting solid evidence of ancient machining technology. You'll see a white man. He's carved in a 1,000-year-old temple. And if you go to temples of Kanchipuram, you'll find carvings of Chinese people. That is literally how Shiva comes out after landing on Earth. Definitely something happened between 10,000, 20,000 years ago that kind of made us all wake up. And they're saying this is a real stargate that Lord Buddha himself used 3 times to go to other dimensions to visit God. A Brahmastra is a weapon where if it gets launched, it just destroys the whole city. There's nothing left.
Yeah. Well, first off, Praveen, thank you, sir, so much for being here today. I can't thank you enough for taking the time to come over and do this podcast, man. I mean, how many hours did it take you to get here?
It was a 25-hour flight.
Yeah, that's legitimate. You're doing okay from a jet lag standpoint?
I'm good. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you and Ryan and Joe and all your office people, man. Fantastic.
It's a good team.
Yeah, it's the Bell's place is like amazing.
Yeah,
It's so positive.
Good. Yeah, we got a good culture, a good team here. So
thanks for having me.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I was excited that you accepted and chose to take the journey, take the 25-hour flight to get over here just to do this. It's super cool. So, really appreciate it. We're going to focus on India today. We're going to, learn a lot about ancient India. On my channel, I've talked a lot about Egypt and South America and a lot of the ancient sites around the world, but we haven't really dug deep into India. So I know you're from there. You're an expert on it. A lot of the ancient sites and texts and scriptures and some of the religious component of it. We're going to get into all of that. So I'm excited to chat with you today, man.
So am I.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, where does if you're looking at the history of India, how far back does it go? Like, what do we have as the oldest stuff in terms of dates, and what is that ancient history look like?
If you look at mainstream historians and archaeologists, they would go back to about 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Okay. This was the basic idea. Humans were like cavemen, and they lived in caves, and they started using primitive tools maybe like 10,000 years ago, and slowly they started to develop. And by the time they quote unquote became civilized, it was about 2,000 or 2,500 years ago, right? So, but we have evidence. We're starting to get evidence, just like Göbekli Tepe, with stuff that keep finding stuff that's just older and older and older. The oldest stuff that we have is definitely the Vedas. We have 4 Vedas in Hinduism. Even conservative estimates from historians and archaeologists could be like 2,000, 2,500 years ago. They had written about complex philosophy in the Vedas, and we found we have 2 epics like the Iliad and Odyssey in Greece. We have 2 epics in India, Ramayana and Mahabharata, where these are long stories, and Indians, including me, because I'm a Hindu, we worship the heroes of these epics as gods. We believe that the gods came from the sky. It's polytheistic. We got about 1 billion Hindus. Still, we're the last bastion of a pagan civilization. Still there in India. We're polytheistic, and this is all coming from very ancient times. I would say about, in my estimate, I would say this is about 15,000 years old. This civilization definitely existed, 15,000 years ago. Even though this flies in the face of mainstream history, people watching it, they'll be like, "What kind of a timeline is that?" But we are able to find temples. For example, there's a temple in Funan in Cambodia. That's 2,500 years old. Okay. We still don't have proper radiocarbon dating of these temples. It's impossible to date them too. I mean, how do you date stone structures? But conservatively, we could say that Hinduism, including animism, worshiping nature, existed at least 3,000 years ago in India.
Okay. Yeah, you were telling me about the Hindu god last night at dinner, and can you talk a little bit about his first appearance and how he came down and what he was capable of? What are the stories about? Tell me his name again. Shiva. Yeah.
You should know this, man. You got one right here.
I know. But yeah, Shiva. Tell me about him.
So here's the thing. This is what I would like to say, because we are at a very good timeline, because we are literally looking at Elon Musk going to Mars and basically colonize Mars, right? So in another a decade, Elon, let's for fun, we just say Elon Musk is himself going to Mars, right? So they're going to go to Mars, and let's say the rocket ship lands on the surface of Mars, and the gates open. Elon himself is walking out of that rocket, right? He's walking out of that cylinder. And then let us say there are human-like species living in caves of Mars, right? It's like a bunch, like hundreds of human-like, species living in Mars, and they're in the caves with their families and stuff. What would they think of this figure coming out of a cylinder, right? That's like, it just landed on the surface. They've never seen anything like this. It's full of like smoke and, fire and stuff like that. And then Elon Musk is gonna, flick a zipper or a lighter, and it's gonna make fire, right? And then he's gonna put a button. Yeah. He's gonna push a button, and he's gonna drink water from, let's say, his helmet, right? And then let's say an animal comes and attacks him, or one of the cavemen. That guy's like, oh, who's this new guy? I'm gonna go and attack him, see if he's superior to me. And he just pushes a button, and he hits him with a laser beam from his helmet, right from his forehead, and that guy dies. I mean, we're not talking about Elon Musk. We're talking about Shiva, right? This is literally how Shiva is mentioned in ancient texts.
That's how they describe it.
Yes, if Ryan Google's Lingodbava, this is Lingodhbava. If you Google that, Ryan, yeah, there you go. You can look, if you click on a picture, that is literally how Shiva comes out after landing on Earth. There's a lingam that lands on Earth, and Shiva is coming out of a pot. Okay, and then the same thing, in one hand he's holding a fire, and on his forehead you can see that little diamond. That's his third eye, and he can burn anybody with that. He can kill anybody with that. He has killed many people with that. So literally we're talking about this kind of the ancient astronaut theory, which I'm very fascinated about. Of course, because of the Hollywood movies and things, when I say when I talk like this, people are like, oh, he's calling Shiva an alien. I'm not saying he's like a gray alien trying to like attack you or something like that. But for practical purposes, I would like to think that Shiva is like a real god, like a blood and tissue real god who came down from the sky and civilized humans. And this is what Elon Musk is going to do, right? If he finds all these cavemen, then in 10 years, he's going to teach them math, he's going to teach them how to control all the animals, he's going to teach them agriculture, he's going to teach them medicine. And this is exactly what ancient texts are saying. Shiva literally civilizes human beings. He teaches them. I mean, what are historians saying, right? What are, mainstream people saying? They're saying that humans were testing plants by trial and error, right? So you eat something and you just die. So
Right,
imagine
right.
how long that would have taken.
Yeah.
But Hindu texts don't say that. According to Hinduism, Shiva is the first doctor. So he comes there, and how would you do today? You wouldn't do trial and error. You would put them all in a lab, and you would test for what kind of toxins are there, that kind of stuff. And this is what they're talking about, because Shiva had advanced knowledge, of everything, right? So he gives humans medicines. He teaches them, what herbs are useful to us. He teaches them how to read and write. So this and that's why I gave you that that statue, because literally that's Shiva. I'm a big fan of him. We worship Shiva, but we literally worship. I literally worship him like he's my forefather, who civilized us many thousands of years ago.
Nice, yeah. So when was the date that, when were the texts written, and when did he arrive on Earth?
Well, we don't know that for sure. Okay. This is written in texts like Shiva Purana, where they talk about how Shiva came to Earth, and they talk in detail about this, but we don't have proper dating of when he came, right? We don't. Well, I don't know that for sure. It would be, this would be a very interesting angle to look at it, because we have evidence of human evolution, but we also see that suddenly, approximately 10 or 15,000 years ago, people just started to build megalithic structures. It's like a jump in evolution, right? We've been there for a long time, and suddenly we're seeing like a spike around the world. This is not only in India or Egypt. Around the world, people just started to build, giant structures. How did they get this, idea? I would, if you, if you do chemical reactions, usually, if it's just natural, it takes a long time for two chemicals to react. But if you pour a drop of catalyst, it just starts immediately. And I would like to say, what was that catalyst, that kind of triggered the whole thing? What was the catalyst that triggered humans to just open their eye? Well, it could be anything. I mean, this is a theory, by the way. I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened, right? This is a theory. It could have been anything. It could have been natural selection or evolution. It can be slow evolution, by the way. It can also be like people were using psychedelic mushrooms. Right? We don't know what caused it, but there was definitely something happened between 10,000, 20,000 years ago that kind of made us all wake up, right?
Right. Yeah, you had mentioned that worshiping cows is a component of Hinduism, and
Yes.
can you explain that? Can you explain that component of it?
Yeah. Hindus worship cows as gods. We're not allowed to harm them. We're not allowed to eat beef. But most of the Hindus don't eat beef. And of course, if you when an outsider like you, like when an American looks at it, it kind of doesn't make any sense, right? If you can eat chicken or if you can eat sheep, why can't you eat beef? It doesn't make any sense. There are many angles to it, and there are many mystical reasons behind this too. Okay. Because I can talk about cows all day, right? Because it doesn't make any sense, right? Why don't they eat cows if they eat goats or sheep? They should be eating cows.
Well, if the cow's giving you something else, then it would be like a coconut tree that's giving you coconuts. You wouldn't want to eat the coconut tree because then it stops giving you coconuts. If the cow's giving you milk or if the cow's giving you mushrooms or something, then you
Yes.
wouldn't want to eat the cow itself, I guess. And,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And if it's creating that mystical, almost religious experience, then you could see how worshiping a cow might become a thing over
Yes.
time.
Yeah, this is a good argument. This is like saying you don't want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, because we can get more benefit if it's alive. And this is definitely also true. I would say this is based on common sense because I don't know, there's a huge percentage of Indians who are vegetarians, right? We don't eat meat, most of it, like a lot of us don't eat meat. But we consume milk and dairy a lot, every day.
Is it about 50% that
I would say,
vegetarian?
I would
Yes.
say.
Yeah.
I would say 50% vegetarians. It's just part of the culture. It varies a lot in India. In some states, everybody eats meat. In some states, you can't find meat anywhere. But overall, I would say about half of them are vegetarian, which is a large number. And this is not happened in recent times. This is always
That was so
been there.
fast,
If
and that's
any,
the fourth camera.
more people have been starting to
camera.
eat meat now because more people were vegetarians back then. So the question is, why do they worship cows, right? Why can't you eat beef, for example? Right? And it's a good argument. I don't have, even though I don't eat it, I don't feel one way or the other about it. But we do get more out of the cows, and you don't want to eat, like, for example, we don't eat dogs. I could say the same. You eat chicken, you eat sheep. Why don't you eat dogs? Because they're much more sensitive and intelligent creatures. If it's so intelligent, and if it's so sensitive, and if it's, it interacts with you, you don't feel good killing an animal like that. And believe it or not, cows are the same. They're very intelligent. They cry when somebody dies in the house. People don't know that. People don't know that because you don't have a cow in your backyard. But in India, we do. In India, we have cows in our own backyard, and the cows can recognize who's coming. They're pretty much like dogs. They're like pet animals, So you'd feel bad about killing a cow, and this is one of the reasons. But more importantly, in Northeast India, we have a type of ape species called gibbons. In India, we don't have any other ape. Like, we don't have gorillas, we don't have chimps. I mean, we have humans, a lot of us, but we have gibbons. These are tiny little ones. I've studied them for some time, and I'm sure this is eventually people, I haven't posted it online, but eventually it'll become popular and people go and study the gibbons. They're very much like humans. They have families, for example. They have like a nice nuclear family, mom, dad, son, or daughter. They're very affectionate. They're not only affectionate with themselves, they bond with humans. For example, if the dad becomes old and he died, and the widow doesn't, quote unquote, remarry or something like that, the widow will come to humans and become kind of like, they bond with the humans. And of course, in India, we treat all animals like, they're also part of us. We don't see them as animals. I don't know if you know this, who was a guy with Charles Darwin who was doing independent research about evolution? He was in Indonesia and other Southeast Asian places, they both came to the same conclusion. Do you know what his name was? I forgot his name. Wallace, I think his name is Wallace. Yeah, Alfred Russel Wallace. And because he was researching in Southeast Asia, fantastic work too. Because Darwin is so smart, his work got sidelined. But he, this ape species that's called orangutan? You know this? Do you know what that means?
No.
Can you Google that? Let's see what it is.
Okay.
The word orangutan, okay, that's the original name. They still use this. It actually means man of the forest. And Wallace, Alfred Russel Wallace, actually got this idea saying that no, he was the one who actually, first thought that we're all just apes, we're all just men, and he didn't come up with that idea. The Southeast Asians and the Malay people, they call these apes as men of the forest. So it was just common knowledge. And I'm just saying that because we don't treat gibbons like they're animals. We can be eating at a dining table, and a gibbon could walk in. He could just sit with us, and he could just eat with us. It's fine with that. We're cool with it. But then I noticed something very interesting about these gibbons, especially the teenagers. What they're doing is that we got a lot of cows there, and when the cows do the cow pie, the cow feces or the cow dung, the gibbons watch them, and when that cow pie dries, you got psychedelic mushrooms growing on them.
And the gibbons eat them?
Yes.
Wow.
They pick them up right from the cow pie and they eat them, and they kind of disappear. We don't know what happened. I try to follow them actually, just run away, and then we can't find them for like a few days.
Wow.
And guess what happens? They just come right back looking for the dried.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's crazy.
are they coming up with their own religion right in front of us? Are they just expanding their consciousness? Are they just like, let me get a hold of these golden teacher mushrooms, right? And then let me open my consciousness. And I'm gonna go and see all the gods and aliens, right? And I'm gonna, open my brain about that. Like I'm gone for like you go on these like yoga retreat or meditation retreat or whatever.
In
right?
Brazil, I
and
saw
they just come back. And
a rodent bite
that's all they do once they
out
start
of
eating these
a
mushrooms. That's all they do because they know
psychedelic
that
mushroom, psilocybe cubensis.
something's happening. that
I saw a
can't get
rodent
into the head of
scratch
the-
and bite in
the
it, like it
gibbons,
took a
but
big bite out of it.
I'm thinking that they're just evolving right in front of us. They're looking at the gods. They're taking these mushrooms and they're having these visions, right?
That's crazy. Yes, I didn't realize that was happening. I've heard a story about them, and Ryan, you might be able to pull this up, but kidnapping dogs and dropping these dogs from killing.
Yeah.
So the story that I heard was that a couple of dogs killed a baby gibbon, and then the gibbons then decided that they were going to kill every dog in the village, and so they dragged here it is. So a small Indian village, around 250 dogs have been dragged to the top of buildings and trees and dropped by a crew of raging primates that are apparently furious with the pups after they killed one of their babies.
Yes.
So these are like revenge killings that these monkeys are doing.
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, definitely.
In this case.
Wow, that's
Definitely,
insane.
right? I mean, what do humans do when a tiger comes in India still happens when a tiger comes into a village and drags a kid, right? Or takes somebody and eats it, whatever. They just go and kill the animal, right? But
how could they even communicate that amongst to organize well enough? To have the entire group of monkeys organize well enough to kill two. It's crazy.
You got to come to India. You will realize that they are so intelligent. They can talk. They can do sign language to humans.
Really?
Yeah, they can.
Wow.
We just haven't accepted it. Yeah, they can talk. I mean, they talk in monkey language, I'm sure. Right?
crazy.
What? A dog can understand how many words? Like more than 300 words. Even a stray dog can understand that many words because it literally knows, what you're saying.
My dog's about the dumbest dog in the world. It's maybe 4 or 5 words if it's lucky.
Really?
I'm not sure if it's just being stubborn or if it's just that dumb. But
He's training you.
Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah.
He's-
Yeah. I've had retrievers, brilliant. The pit bull. I don't think they come from a lineage of highly intelligent
Yeah.
species, but I'm sorry. So these monkeys. What's going on? Like, what is the monkey dog relationship? Like, what's happening there?
In India, this is not happening in the cities because in cities we don't have monkeys anymore. But even 20 years ago, there were. Okay, but if you go to villages, you will have a lot of stray dogs, right? And you will have a lot of monkeys. I don't know if they're baboons, but I think we have langurs. In India, we don't have. I don't know if baboons are there, but the monkeys are very intelligent. And we know because this is only half the story, right?
Oh, come
some
on,
of the
man.
Dogs,
Oh.
Because what they're doing is that we got like a pack of dogs everywhere, right? We got like hundreds of dogs, stray dogs, and we got hundreds of monkeys. Dogs are extremely intelligent, no doubt, but monkeys are even more smarter, right? Because for some
Because
reason
they're taking mushrooms.
I don't know if the monkeys are starting to do that. I saw the apes doing it. That'd be interesting.
Is the gibbon not a monkey then?
I don't think it has a tail.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah, those are the apes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these monkeys, what they have done, and there may be a documentary about this. What the monkeys have done is that because they're fighting over resources. If somebody's coming out and throwing food in the trash can, the dogs and the monkeys are fighting over that. Okay, so this is really what's happening. So they've become rivals, right? So we have the monkey pack, we have the dog pack, and they're fighting for this. This is like literally 2 tribes
Wow,
fighting.
insane.
But
This Indian lore.
if
The
they
monkey
get a
pack and the
chance,
dog pack.
the dogs are actually natural hunters. We don't know that because most of us have like domesticated dogs, but if you let a dog out, like ever since it's a puppy, its natural reaction is to hunt. So if the dogs get a chance, there are no monkeys around, they will kill the baby monkeys, right? Because they can have more resources.
Less competition in the
Yes,
future.
less
yeah.
competition. So, some
Oh,
dogs
come on.
took advantage
That
of the
third cam is
situation
gonna.
and killed
I'm heating up on
one
the
or two
third cam.
baby
It's gonna hit
monkeys.
soon.
So
I'm
the
flying. It's
monkey
22
pack, when they
pace.
came back, they
It's happening
realized
today.
that
It's
the
happening.
babies are dead. Like I think 1 or 2 monkey babies are dead, and they literally mourn, like human beings. They all like kind of hug each other and they cry, and they.
I tried to
they're
YOLO
not
the
shedding
door a bit
tears,
there.
but they're like sad and they kind of mourn.
think I'm not
It's
gonna do
definitely
that.
a mourning ritual. But
I think I'm gonna have a conservative door
it's
for
what happened
22. I
after
think that's
that
my goal.
even more freaky. You would think the monkeys take revenge and they kill all the pups or the dogs or something like that, right? That has happened, but some of the monkeys took the pups, the little dogs, they take the pups and they go on top of the hill because that's where the monkeys are. The dogs reside at the ground level with the human beings and the villages, and the monkeys usually they go and sleep on top of the hill. When the monkeys were dragging the pups, people thought that they're just going to kill the pups. No, they took those pups to the hilltop and they raised them.
No
They're
way.
feeding them. Yeah,
What?
they're
They raised the puppies?
It would be fantastic if somebody
The
researches
baboons
this, if they would
raise the
literally
puppies in India? Come
breastfeed
on. That's
the
fucking Jungle
pups.
Book
That
shit
would be
right
fun.
there.
Okay, but we don't know how they were feeding the pups. But let's say they took like a dozen pups as revenge, because to us it just seems like, okay, this is revenge. They killed your baby, now you killed their babies type of stuff. but they took these pups and they raised them, right? And
That's fucked,
guess
man.
what
That's so
happened,
fucked.
like after a year, when these dogs all went to the hilltop to fight the monkeys, guess who was protecting the monkeys?
The kids. Wow.
No
Dogs.
fucking way. The dogs, bro.
Yeah, and you can literally
The
see
monkeys
this happening,
stole
right?
the
Because
baby
this is
dogs
what they did with the wolves,
to
right?
raise
We
them
want
to be
protection from the
defense
wolves.
against their
Right?
own
Is this-
kind.
this is
It's
in here?
Yeah, something like that,
insane.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Bro.
that's literally what. Yeah, this is what they're doing because they're literally raising. They're taking the pups and they're raising these pups to protect themselves from the other dogs. Right now, yeah, this is evolution, and this is probably what we did.
Right, with
Right?
wolves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
That might be the
get
most
attacked by
incredible thing
wolves all
I've
the time. Now
learned
let's
this
steal the
year.
pups. Let's train them.
Right,
Right, to protect us
right.
from, and this is like a classic movie plot, right? So the villain takes, Zorro's son or whatever. So yeah, like the Mask of Zorro, whatever it is, right? So the villain goes and he takes the kid from the hero, and then he's gonna kind of raise the child,
Yeah.
and then eventually they will fight,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So they're domesticating the pups in order to protect them from their own kind.
Yeah.
They can fight them without losing their own species.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yes. I don't know if you saw this, and this is all coming from, all the ancient texts, because all these things are like freaky things. You probably don't hear from, hear about these things from other cultures, because this is all coming from like the ancient texts, like cows. We started with cows, but we're talking about
Come
apes
on.
and monkeys. Now, did you see?
No,
Kevin
really?
Hart
Like, are you fucking
talking
kidding
to
me, bro?
Jimmy Fallon
Like, bro,
about
this was like the
gorillas?
third bullet.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this was like the
Okay.
second
Wait,
bullet right
when
there.
Kevin Hart was talking about
Come on.
gorillas, when two silverbacks fight, the gorilla not only loses the fight.
That
it
was the
loses
second
his
bullet.
walk.
I think I was
It
high
takes
and then I went low.
So if,
It was
if
right
two
there.
gorillas fight, and if one
I went like
loses,
this.
he
I went,
walks away
I'll show you. Yeah, I went like this.
without his family, like he's losing his family.
Fucking hell.
Okay, and the winner gorilla takes his wife. Okay, this is mentioned in the ancient text of Ramayana. Like that text is at least 2,000 years old, and in a particular scene, the hero, the god Rama, he kills an ape. Okay, he kills an ape called Balu. He hits him with an arrow, right? And as the ape is dying, the ape is like, "Why did you kill me? Why are you killing me? I don't even know who you are. And you're a god. You're this great hero of the story. Why are you shooting arrows at me? What did I do to you?" And Rama says, "You took the opponent's wife as your own wife just because he lost." So there's one ape and he fights another ape, and when this ape dies, loses the fight, this ape takes his wife. This is the story. And then Rama gets angry at this.
Oh, I
Rama-
can't believe. Like,
he
what? I can't
kills
believe I missed that.
this ape, and as he
What?
dies, he's asking, "Why are you killing me? It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know you. Why did you kill me? And Rama says, "You're not supposed to take his wife simply because he lost." And the ape says, "No, this is how we do it in our species. This is our culture. If two apes fight and one loses, we take the other person's wife." And it didn't make any sense. I mean, kind of like a weird thing, I only understood that as a theory. It's just a story.
Yeah.
But
Do you think that the losing ape might throw the fight intentionally at times?
this is what Kevin Hart is saying, man. This is exactly what Kevin Hart is saying.
Yeah, he's like, get rid of this one. I'd rather have another one, dude. You win. Stop hitting me, bro. You can have it.
It's exactly what Kevin Hart was saying. It's like Kevin Hart is like, "Are we really losing anything?"
Right. That's
that
funny.
was a joke.
Yeah.
But you when you read that, it doesn't make much sense. You know, it's just like fantasy. But what 2,000 years later, biologists are studying what apes do, and we don't even have gorillas in India, and then now we don't. I don't know if we ever had. But it makes you wonder how, if they imagined that, that's a pretty good imagination. Or maybe they actually studied the apes, or maybe it really happened, you know, something like that, because it's a freaky coincidence to understand how the apes behave.
Yeah, for sure. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the history. Let's back up a little bit into like so I've heard Vimanas. Is that, am I saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so those are like ancient flying machines.
Yes.
What is the evidence for that those have existed in the past?
I would say there's no like archaeological evidence. You can go to Sri Lanka, and there's a place which is called kind of the airport, ancient airport in Sri Lanka. It's like large planes where they say that Ravana was landing his airplanes there. We haven't actually found a real aircraft or anything like that, you know. So there's no actual archaeological evidence for that.
If there was, nobody would tell us about it. If there was, yeah, it would be in the Vatican or something.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If anybody finds something like that, if anybody finds any kind of hidden stuff, any archaeologist finds that, I don't think they can even say that out loud. You know, it wouldn't be wise to. But we like the government is interested in this stuff. I hope they're looking at it, you know, stuff like this. I hope they're not dismissing it as pure fantasy. But we got carvings of these vimanas. The most popular one, there are two types of vimanas, okay? One is like a regular airplane where you just take the vimana and you come to the US. You know, I could take the vimana from India and go to Sri Lanka. This is again mentioned in the ancient text of Ramayana, where they take a vimana called the Pushpaka Vimana, and two people board the plane and they just fly to Sri Lanka, just like what I do today. You know, it takes an hour or two from my place. And this is mentioned in ancient texts. You know, they just go and they land there, you know, and they come back, whatever. There's another type of vimana that's also mentioned, interstellar travel. And this, I love this because 100 years ago, right? Like, let's say anybody, it could be Indian, it could be an American, you know, reading this before what happened, you know, at Kitty Hawk, right? Before Wright Brothers. Anybody looking at that text is like, oh, this is pure fantasy. You know, somebody taking a flying machine and going to Sri Lanka and back, right? Before Wright Brothers, people just dismissed that as pure fantasy. But now they're wondering, does that thing really exist? Like, how hard, you know, could that be to build one like that? The other type of vimana is interstellar travel, you know. They're going from one planet to another planet. And this was, again, mentioned, I showed you the, you know, Shiva coming out of the lingam. And they're talking about vimanas like that. All the gods coming from different planets. They're talking about time travel. They're talking about like weird things that happen. They're talking about terraforming, like how to convert another planet and make it suitable to go and live there. Again, you know, just even me as a kid, I thought, you know, it was pure fantasy. We're not going to go to another planet and terraform it, right, and start living there. But this is what they're planning now. Like Elon Musk, and even Jeff Bezos is planning on creating, you know, colonies in other planets. I'm pretty sure, you know, I mean, I hope in our lifetime, like in another 20, 30 years, we'll actually start doing it. You know, all these vimanas are mentioned in ancient texts.
This is way more advanced than like biblical stuff. You know, it's way more out there, way more interesting, I guess, than you see in the Abrahamic faiths. That they're talking about spaceships and flying from place to place. And around the same time it was written, did you mention? Are these texts we think are 2,500 years old or so?
It was definitely before the New Testament. We don't know if it's older than the Old Testament, but yeah, this is all more than at least 2,000 years old. And this is what they're arguing about too. There's like almost a war, saying that some people are saying that this is really old, very old, and some people are saying that no, this is new, this is like 1,000 years old, blah, blah, blah. And they're always fighting about this. If you go to Wikipedia and if you go to history page of any of this, you'll see that they've been fighting for 10 years about this, because again, there's no actual radiocarbon dating for these tests. There's things called Smriti and Shruti in India, which means that even after so much of invasion, right? Even after invasion from all the other cultures, how did they still manage to keep all the Vedas and all the ancient texts? Because these people memorized it. You just memorized it, and you told your kids, and they memorized it. They were forced to memorize it for generations, so you can't take that away.
Right.
So we don't know how old this is, but yeah, Vimanas, they talk about wild technology. I mean, see, again, this is what I want to point at, because just like 100 years ago, when people were talking about taking a Vimana and going to another country, this sounded like science fiction. But after we started using airplanes like it's nothing, like now I just, got off the plane like a day ago, right? I took a 25-hour flight to the US. Now you start to think, did they really do that, how did they imagine that? That's wild. Same thing with interstellar travel too, same thing with rocket ships too. They're talking about exactly like how you would go on a rocket and go to another planet and what you would find there. How do you terraform, how to make the place suitable, and you're really starting to think, is this fiction or, did that really happen, thousands and thousands of years ago? It's so freaky because they're talking about weapons that exist now. 100 years ago when they spoke about Brahmastra, a Brahmastra is a weapon where if it gets launched, it just destroys the whole city. There's nothing left. And they go into great detail saying that no plants will grow for the next 20 years. And that's exactly what we're seeing in places like Nagasaki. All the children will be deformed if they're born there. That's exactly what we're seeing. If it's just fiction, how the heck did they imagine that? And why are we literally reinventing the same technology? It should be a freaky coincidence, but I definitely think that there's a lot of hidden past that we have not uncovered, and I think, and I definitely think, ancient technology existed. It was not only limited to Hinduism. I'm sure, Egyptians did this. Definitely in Old Testament too, they talk about, how a Vimana comes and lands, a particular verse from Ezekiel. He talks about a Vimana landing from the sky with all the wheels and stuff too.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So what are some of the more fascinating sites in India? Do you want to jump to that maybe and talk about some of your favorites, some of the most crazy, like paranormal or energetic sites that exist in India?
There are lots of temples with amazing energy. One thing about these temples is that you could never take even an evil person. You can take like the most vile person, the person who wants to murder you. You can take them into the temple, and they're not going to be able to think about that inside the temple complex. They have that kind of vibe. It's like a person won't be able to just stand in a club. It's like you start dancing automatically because everybody around you and the music and the vibration is just so different. You won't be able to plan a murder inside a temple complex. You won't be able to go to a temple and be like, okay, how do I destroy this guy? It doesn't work. You can be anything. You can be a Christian, you can be an atheist, you can be a Hindu, whatever, right? Because the temple, there's something about that, the way they've designed it, the way they've put all the carvings in it, it just completely changes your mind temporarily, at least. And I believe this is why people started to. We are told, like, you get up in the morning, you take a bath, and you just go to the temple. That's the first thing you do. You know, every day. If you do that for 48 days, if you do that for a few months, you're like completely changed individual. You know,
rewired.
yes.
Yeah.
You're and this is why a lot of people are coming to India. We have a lot of people. Even after the Cosmic Summit, we had Americans come to India with me because they've changed, and they're so grateful for that experience. And I haven't done anything special. I've just taken them to the temples. You know,
It's a spiritual experience. Then it sounds like.
It is. It changes you. When you're younger, you don't appreciate that much because you're more materialistic. But even then, even if you're really young, you will realize that going to the temple and just sitting there and just looking at all the carvings, and there are rituals. You have to go around the temple 3 times, and so on and so forth. It changes you as a person. It gives you a very positive experience. The way it's designed, if you see in most of the Shiva temples, inside the main chamber, like you'll have thousands of carvings, right? All kinds of carvings, dancing women, erotica, people, wrestling, so on and so forth, wheels, whatever. But inside the main chamber, you won't have any carvings at all, except one lingam. Okay, and that lingam is usually a shiny black stone. It's not fancy. It's not humanoid. It's not fancy. It's made of just one black stone, while the rest of the temple is made usually of granite or soapstone or some other stuff like that. But the main structure is different. And
PP is happening
I would
today.
really
Everybody
like to
get your
test
little
this, and I
slim
hope
gyms
somebody
prepared
does.
for greatness.
Because if
It's going
we check
down.
your blood pressure before going into the temple, and if you walk all the way to the main chamber, and if you look at that lingam, or if you touch it, and if you come back, I would literally say your blood pressure would drop by a few points. You're literally a changed, yeah.
That's cool. Give Ryan one that we can pull up and look at to get a visual of what we're talking about. And these are you question how the age of these, how old they actually are, or are you in agreement with how old these are supposed?
I always think they're much older. According to if you look at mainstream historians, they'll be like, this is about 800 years old or 1,000 years old. But I would say this is much older. Okay, and look at that. Look at the main cylinder, right? And if you zoom into it, you can understand that. How did they create that kind of a perfect cylinder?
Is that stone?
Yeah, it's stone. Looks like metal, huh?
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's stone. And you can also put this is a cylinder, and you can immediately think like, did they use lathe technology to make the cylinder? Right? It doesn't look chiseled. Right?
No, it would have to be a lathe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you go, but actually you think this is really advanced. But if you do Shore Temple, if you put Mahabalipuram and Shore Temple lingam, you'll find lingams that have 16 facets. Okay. Again, 1,000. And if you do Shore, Mahabalipuram. Yeah, there you go.
Is the traditional explanation for how some of these cylinders were made, is it just chisels?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, that's a miss, dude. That's about the most obvious thing in the world. Come on.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Dude, no. I mean,
That's
so
what I'm
those
saying.
those are flattened on each side, but that would have had to have been turned first, almost certainly. But certainly the round ones, the perfectly round ones, are has to be a lathe. Have we measured these to see how symmetric they are, how round they are?
We haven't. We're not allowed to.
Okay.
This is part. Oh yeah, click on that. Yeah, if you can get a zoomed in version of that, then you can appreciate how hard that must have been to build. Okay, if you it's probably This has got like if you go to the base of it, you get 16 faceted lingam. Okay, and I've measured the angle between the facets, and it's perfect, man. You know how you take a cylinder, making a cylinder is hard, but if you take a cylinder and if you make that into 16 faceted lingam and each angle is perfect, that's crazy. You need that's me.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, you need. Yeah, that's a long time ago, huh?
That's huge, man.
Yeah, that's broken, by the way. So the original was taller than me. Yeah, so I've measured that, and you can see the angle between the facets. If you look at the video, that angle is perfect. That means that like how the heck did they do that? They must have used machines to create these lingams. And of course, nobody looks at it from this angle. People are like, oh no, it's easy to. Where would you start? The lingams, and the funny part is you can literally sometimes you can see your face.
Okay.
It's like a mirror
in the polish.
Yeah. So it's like so advanced, and if you see that, you can show the measurements there with the angle finder. And it's perfect. It's the same. It's like 215 degrees or something like that between these facets. And this is how old do you think this is, Matt?
I mean, they're saying it's 800 years, but
1,300 years old.
Okay.
By mainstream account.
Okay.
Like historians are saying this is 1,300 years old. Okay, so you can see. So and they've broken it. You can see how people were trying to chip on it, and you can still see that that's insane. For 1,300 years old, right? So how did they make these lingams? This is evidence of advanced technology, And then we got lathe machine, and then we got pillars in a temple called Hoysala Temple. Immediately, you will notice.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's the simplest pillar, but even that pillar. And if you,
I mean, that's turned,
yeah.
right? That's turned on
That's
some
turned,
massive
right.
lathe.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how tall these pillars are? These pillars are like, that's a rotating pillar, by the way. That pillar rotated.
But so are these have several components though. So it's not one solid piece of stone. These are stacked, I'm assuming, and then attached to each other.
For example, where that it starts to become like a cube, from that part all the way up where it just converges, that's one piece.
Wow.
Yes, that's one piece. That's not, but the base is different and the top part is different. So it's like a 3-part pillar, but what's in the center is all just one piece.
So you're talking 5-6 feet of just solid.
No, it's like
stone.
more than 8 feet.
Is it really?
Yeah. Whatever's in the middle, that's 8 feet. Yep.
That's incredible. Yeah. And nobody's measured the X and Y axis of that to see what the variance is between the dimensions.
Yeah. Part of this is we still have trouble getting permission from archaeology department and government to do because these are functional temples. This is full of people
Right.
who come and who are worshiping every day. So we have trouble with that. But even the most I was researching this in 2017, I think, and the videos went viral about the Hoysala Temple. But even the simplest pillar, the one which didn't have a lot of, the gears and stuff, even the simplest one, it actually has turn marks. It has the ribs. If you zoom in on the flat surfaces, and you can see the reflection, and you can see the lines. Yeah, you can see the lines.
Vertical lines or horizontal?
You can see the horizontal
yeah,
lines.
right.
Those are the turn marks, right? If I put that in a lathe and if I
Right.
turn them,
Right.
I'm going to get these circles around, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what you see, right?
Now, the lathe existed in ancient Egypt. I mean, a very primitive lathe in like 3,300 years ago or so, right?
Really?
So, yeah.
In ancient Egypt?
In ancient
Where?
Egypt. They had it's depicted on a scene on a wall of,
Wow.
but it's very primitive. It's nothing that could turn anything like this to
What
this
kind
extent.
of a lathe are we talking about?
You're
Are we
talking
talking about
about-
like a potter's wheel?
No, Potter's wheel goes back to 3,000 or 2,700 BC-ish, I think, 2,800 BC-ish. So you're talking 4,700 years. But a primitive lathe that you could operate with your hands to turn a device, whether it's a soft stone, an alabaster, or whatever. There's scenes on walls. There's glyphs of the Egyptians using very primitive, but nothing like that, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing
Yes.
that sophisticated.
Oh, yeah, that one, huh?
Yeah, that right.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
There's
you're
no like high quality pictures of this. This is already in the museum.
Yeah. So that's a bow drill in the middle that they're using. Next one down there. So they could hollow out the rocks with a bow drill, and then
So we got giants holding a lathe pillar.
right, exactly.
I can hear him laughing. Yeah, that's one theory.
So, but that's the explanation: chisels and just pounding on it, and that's how they made it round.
With the lingams, the general explanation is that no, this is all hand carved. This was done with chisels, and then they polished it, type of stuff, which would be impossible in my opinion.
What is the stone type on those?
We got a variety of stone. We got volcanic basalt. The lingams are usually made of volcanic basalt type of rocks. Onyx. The walls are made of granite. The temple walls are mostly made of granite, soapstone. That pillar that you looked at, the lathe machine pillar, they were all made of soapstones. Soapstone is a unique type of stone. It's a little bit softer when you pull it out of the earth. Like it's a little bit softer, so it's not like very hard. It's not like granite. But I mean, like if I come to you, right? If I come to you and I give you like a tiny little thing, or like let's say 1 or 2 feet thing, and I say, can you make it into a cylinder? You could probably do it with you can just build a lathe machine, you can build a potter's wheel, but how do you turn a 9-foot rock? That's gonna weigh in tons. Even today, you'd have to like build a massive lathe machine. And archaeologists are accepting, yes, these are done using lathe technology. We just don't know what they were doing. So they gotten that far because the pillars are there. It's like there's no way to deny that. So the pillars are there, and we're not talking about 1 or 2 pillars. We're talking about hundreds. And the finishing of that pillar, you can literally see your face in those pillars too. And yeah, that one, you can, if you zoom in, you can literally see who was taking the picture there. So and this is, how do you do it with hands? They must have had advanced technology. A bunch of pillars. There are places where you'll find hundreds of lathe turned pillars just laying down. Yeah, it's almost like they had a factory that made all these pillars, and they just go and get those pillars and put them in the temples. They had like a megalithic factory. This is what I'd like to think about.
Yeah. Can we look that up? Is it?
Yeah, you can say Chennakeshava temple. You can see, yeah.
Oh, wow. So they're outside.
Yes.
So this isn't a part of a former temple. This is just pillars lying around that were going to be sold to temples.
Yes.
Huh.
This is one. There's more actually. It's just a little bit. You can see that in the background. That's a temple there. But this is not. They were not building a structure over it. But you can see all these pillars, a variety of them, and you can see how these are male parts and how those are female parts. If you look on top of one of them, you'll see like a slot there, and all sorts of stuff. So you can't. Yeah, there you go. Wow. just everything stacked, right? All these pillars. So this is like a megalithic factory, just outside the temple, I think. And you can see the chiseled ones on the right. You can clearly tell some
Sure.
are chiseled,
Right.
and you can see that the others are late turned, right? So they must have had like, okay, so we're going to create like hundreds and hundreds of these lathe turned pillars. They must have used some kind of megalithic lathe factory, and of course the question is, where are the tools, right?
Right,
So
right.
where are the dude? You just shown all this, but where's like the ancient lathe machine? Show us one evidence of a lathe machine. There's actually, I found a remnant of an actual lathe machine in Hampi. I think this is a remnant of an ancient lathe machine.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. All right. Let's check it out. So this is also.
So yeah, if you see on both sides, you see those pillars. If they mounted a cross beam between those holes, if you keep dragging, you'll see on the bottom you can see the base plate, and if you can see the machine marks there. On those holes, if they mount, I literally tried to recreate that. I mean, this is of course like maybe 8 years ago, but literally, I tried to recreate that using motors and stuff. So literally how they would do.
So that would attach. That would hold the block of stone in place, and then it would turn.
Yes.
The bottom would spin around, and it would turn it, and then.
Yes.
The top piece of it coming down holds it into place, and then what cuts it?
That's a part. That's a tool bit that's coming from the top. You put up any stone on that thing. I think that's the stone, the cylinder, and if you just rotate it, it would make those marks. If you keep dragging it, you can see. So all you have to do is now create the rotating motion. I don't know how they did it, but this is the whole setup is still there, where there are like two pillars. There must have been something, in between them with a tool bit, and they would have played. We don't know how they did it, right? It could even be primitive technology, like they could put a couple of horses and rotate them around. And it's
Sure.
fine,
Sure.
right? Or maybe it's advanced technology.
So this here was not. It's what is it supposed to be? If they're not saying it, nobody
No.
knows.
Dude, that place, I mean, nobody even knows that. I just found that by
Wow.
accident.
Wow.
And when I showed it, even today, probably still lying there. Look at it. It's probably lying there right next to the parking lot, even now, I think.
Wow. So that's the ancient lathe. That's what they were using.
They don't accept. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised. Some Indians are like, dude, why are you saying that these are made of machines? You're like kind of insulting us. I'm like, dude, we're saying we use machines. 2,000, 5,000 years ago. You should be proud of it, But the evidence is right there in front of us. They were doing some type of turning, right? You see that?
Yes. So the post itself would sit on that thing, and sit straight up and down on that thing, and that thing would spin. So the post itself is going to be spinning around like this, and so you would need something on the side to cut
turn
it, and then
to cut it.
to
Okay.
cut it, and the thing would
I
go.
see. You're saying that's a rotating thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
at the
I
bottom.
see, okay.
Yeah, so the bottom would be rotating, and then you would have some tool that would come in from the left or
Yep.
the right that would cut it, and as long as it's rotating, it's going to make a
Yeah.
perfect circle around it.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yes, that's fascinating, man. That's
Yeah.
really cool. You may have found the ancient
I
ancient
found
lathe.
8 years ago. Nobody cares,
That's
man.
hilarious.
Nobody no.
That's hilarious. They're still like, nope, chisels.
Well,
Just
I mean,
chisels.
what would you do, right? Are you going to go back and change all the history books? Yes. Like, this is a problem.
Right.
And this is not just what history or archaeology. This is what problem with, like, who was this guy? Maxwell, I think. This is this physicist who was saying that when we come up with a new theory, we literally have to wait for all the old people to die.
Right.
So the new theory gets accepted.
Yeah.
Because whenever you come with a new, you heard of Harvey? I think his name is William Harvey, a great doctor. This is a guy who literally found out that the human heart pumps blood. But it took them 20, 30 years to accept it. All the doctors just called him a pseudoscientist because, and this guy went to great lengths to prove it. He literally found a guy who was dying in an accident, and he put them in a royal court, and to show that the heart was pumping out blood, and they still didn't accept it, because and the main reason is it's incentive cost bias. You grew up reading all the old texts, and you're practicing it. And you're treating your patients with it, right? With the old text. But now this guy has come out, and this guy is changing. He's coming up with something new. So what do you do with your profession?
Right.
It's like so you put all these barcodes in your store, and now I've come out and I come up with like a new technology and say you don't need barcodes, you need this. Your immediate reaction would be like, what do I do with the barcodes? I put so much money and time into it. You don't want to change your mind.
Right.
And this is what's going to happen. They're gonna. Well, we're getting there. We're getting there. We'd like to say, at least I'm very open-minded about it. I'm not opinionated one way or the other. I'd like to dabble with all the theories. I'm a big fan of Darwin. It's a fantastic theory. If you read his books, the way the guy has thought about it is just fantastic. I would also like to think that there's intelligent design. I'm very open-minded about this, but here we are presenting solid evidence of ancient machining technology. You can't be like, okay, this is all made with chisels. People were just making circles with chisels just for fun. We can't have thousands of pillars.
Right.
Yeah, this is real evidence.
You're not only presenting real evidence; you've actually found the ancient lathe, and it's right there, and it's there for everybody to see.
Yes.
At least in this particular area, so why wouldn't there be others around the country that were capable of this same type of manufacturing? It's very, very compelling. I think the next obvious step would be to measure the pillars to see how round they are, and if you've got enough of them that are perfectly round, that's really, really compelling evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could if you want to go that route, and if this is the most scientific way of doing it. You guys do accurate measurements. You guys do a scan of it. It would be my dream to do it. You would have to go past the government, especially the archaeological department, and temple authorities to do all these scans. But I will bet you, I haven't done it. I've not done any of that. We have a hard time getting through. Just to even film these sites, because for some reason they don't want to look at it this way. Either they dismiss it, or they'll be like, "Oh, no, these are places of worship. You can't come in and kind of disturb us," kind of stuff. But it would be great if a team comes, gets permission. I think that's half the work, just to get the permission. And then if they do a laser scan and they get actual results, I will bet you that there's like no error.
Right.
You can tell by looking at it.
For sure. Yeah. Fascinating. Yeah, thank you for sharing. That's a great find on your part. I can see why it went viral.
Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. What are some of the other more mysterious sites that we see? Some of the temples. You mentioned underwater temple. You mentioned underground chambers. You mentioned all this. Yeah. What jumps out to you as some of the most mysterious sites?
Everything you mentioned. Underground structures. There's this temple called Padmanabha Swami Temple.
You might have to spell that for Ryan.
Just type it, Padmanabha Swami Temple.
Come on, Ryan.
In this temple, Padmanabha Swami Temple, they a decade ago or 2 decades ago, they found an underground chamber that had multiple vaults. They opened some of the vaults. Some of the vaults haven't been opened, but they found gold and diamond worth $22 billion. Billion with a B. Yep. Yep. And they haven't even opened the other vaults.
Come on.
Yes. They haven't, because
Okay.
it became a legal battle. It's still in the court because they don't want to open. And you saw that gate that's guarded by the snakes. There's a gate that's guarded by the snakes, and they don't want to open that. They're saying it's a portal to go to the underworld, and they don't want to open it. We don't know what's in there. Obviously, India is very big on snake, or reptilian worship kind of thing. We call them the Nagas. Nagas are very famous in India. They're this underground, that's like should remind you a few things. What does it remind you of, Matt?
The snakes, the serpents in the sky. Some of the stories about the serpents being described as like comets or meteors for me. A lot of history of that in South America and throughout the world.
Okay. The twin snakes, very popular symbol. You can see the twin snakes in the entrance of Mayan pyramids along the staircase, or feathered serpent.
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Yeah. Same thing. Intertwined Nagas are very, very. You know the story about the solar event when the sun comes out on the
equinox. Yeah.
You know how the serpent moves?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just a coincidence, according to archaeology. It is. It really
They
is.
don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah, they're doing
just
it
a
in.
coincidence.
They're gonna do this in Mexico too, huh?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. It would be fantastic to see the shadow, the snake move as the sun is moving, right? But in India too, they understood a lot about how the sun works. They understood that. But going back to that underground chamber, they found stuff worth $22 billion. They haven't opened. They think there's at least one vault, and they can see it, but they don't want to open it because it became a legal battle. They don't want to open that. Some are saying that more gold and diamonds are in there. Some are saying that this is a portal to another world. Now, with the you would be surprised how many ancient temples have underground areas right underneath them. Okay, and this is just a vault, but if you go to Modhera Sun Temple, you can literally see the entrance to an underground chamber, and that chamber stretches for more than 50 miles, or maybe even goes to 100 miles. Because we can literally drive to another temple. This temple is called Jasmalnathji Temple, and you can see the underground entrance there too. And these are like 50 miles away. Okay, now the longest underground tunnel that we have today is the Gotthard Base Tunnel in Switzerland. It's small. I think it's only like maybe 10 or 20 miles long, I think. So we have underground tunnels in India that were created more than 1,000 years ago that are much, much longer. Okay? And imagine the technology that you would need to create them. It's not easy to create long underground tunnels. You need to, what do you do for lighting? What about oxygen levels, And they're saying these tunnels are not something that you crawl for like, 50 miles or something like that. They're saying you can take a horse, you can take 2 horses, and you can go from one city to another underground. This is like, how Elon Musk started the boring project, and he gave up on it because it's difficult. It's not easy to create, a tunnel that's like 50 miles, man. You can't do it. But these guys have done it, more than 1,000 years ago. Like, underground tunnels exist. And you want to wonder why. Why did they do it? Why did they create these giant underground network, if you will, right? Is there another, like, are we just looking at it quote unquote superficially, right? Like literally we're just on the surface, but is there like a world underground that's almost like what we have here. You know, and the ancient texts talk about nagas or snakes. And it's a weird coincidence because snakes are called sarpa in Sanskrit. That means a snake. In Jews, in their language, Hebrew, they call it seraph, and in English we call it serpent. It's coming from the same root. It's the same root, right? So again, so the mention of nagas, and in India they talk about how the serpents, they're not serpents, but they're like a reptilian-like rays that can shapeshift to whatever they want, and they live underground.
Yeah, a lot of theories and speculation about some of the ancient tunnel systems in underground cities in Turkey and Derinkuyu
Yes.
and in Egypt, all those tunnel systems. A lot of speculation that perhaps those are much older than we think, and that they were dug during the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe, and because of the conditions above ground would have been so horrible that any human species or civilization or group of people or tribe or village or whatever would have had to go underground to survive, or into mountain caves or whatever it was, and so that they were built out of necessity potentially during the Younger Dryas. I wonder if that could be part of the case in India as well.
Well, if I accept that the tunnels were dug during the Younger Dryas period, how old?
11,600 years. yeah, basically 11,6 to 12,8 was that Younger Dryas boundary.
Yeah, so it just pushes all these tunnels back like by
Right.
8,000, 10,000 years.
Right.
Because these guys are saying this is 1,000 years old, 2,000 years old. I would like to think that they're much, much older. Same thing with Ellora caves too. Large underground tunnel structure exists. It makes us wonder: did people just build the temples on top of existing underground tunnels? We think that they built the temples and then they built the tunnels. Was it the opposite way? Where people were just building tunnels to escape the Younger Dryas catastrophe, and then after everything is over, like 2,000 years ago, they'd be like, okay, let's just build temples on top of it.
Yeah, very well could be. It's
Yeah.
just you can't, as you said, you can't date stone, and so very difficult to really know the truth of the truth of the story. So it's very important that we keep asking these questions and keep exploring for sure. So yeah, fascinating. So what other there's this pillar that doesn't rust, that's been standing for 1,000 years or potentially a lot more. If you're familiar with it?
Yeah.
What's the mystery there?
There is a pillar. India's capital is Delhi, New Delhi, and if you go there, you'd most likely land in Delhi, but you would just take a car. You can go visit the iron pillar that's been standing there for a very long time. Very long time. Archaeologists, again, they will say this is about. There you go.
Archaeologists say it's 6 years old.
No, saying that again. This is they'll usually date this to like 1,000 or 2,000 years old.
Yeah.
Could be much older. It has, if you zoom in, and again, look, there's nothing on top of it too. Even today, it's not protected from rain or shine. It's there all the time. People are just. If it's raining on top of it. It's shining, it's weather, whatever, right? At least they put a fence around it. Otherwise, you see people writing their names on it. But you see, there's almost no rust on it at all. And this is a miracle, right? It raises so many questions. First of all, how do you do that, right? How do you create an iron pillar that doesn't rust thousands of years ago, right? The other question is why? The other question is why? why create an iron pillar that doesn't rust? And what? Put it in the middle of nowhere for what? Just just to show off? And there are many funny things about it. You know, that they're saying that this pillar was hit by a cannonball and nothing happened to it.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if that's true, but one of the rumors is that if you Google it, you find it online too. It was hit by a cannonball and nothing happened. You know, and it's show you a dent. And
And so no explanation for why it was built or what it was it?
no. Well, we know, again, you know, there's a particular material called Vajra Sangata. It's like what, bell metal, and it creates a unique compound called Mesa White when water strikes it. And it literally prevents the water from rusting it. It will just make sure that the iron oxide, which is what rust is, make sure that it can't form, you know. And you know, the funny part is now they're like trying to debunk it. They'd be like, no, there's like 0.001% rust found. Hence, we kind of disproved it. It's like, dude,
Come on, dude.
that's
It's still there.
that's been lying there for like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
You gotta give it some credit.
Right. At least. I mean, if that's what they're saying, then that's probably the minimum date that it was there. So.
Yeah.
Hey Praveen, I got a question for you. I noticed some writing down here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the writing on there?
Yeah. So this writing actually says that a person called Chandra built it. It talks about how a king by the name of Chandra built it. There are two Chandras that I would like to think. But again, you know, it's kind of vague because it doesn't give the whole name. There's one king called Chandragupta. It's very old. It's like 2,000 years old. But there's also another Rama. Rama is also called Ramachandra. That's very long time ago. That's even older. So we know that this is, I would say this is at least 2,000 years old, you know. But, you know, I mean, what are they doing? Like, how did they come up with this?
What, why, how, when? I guess we know where, but that's about the only. Yeah, a lot of mysteries there. Interesting. And how it doesn't rust is incredible. But, yeah, cool, man. Yeah, what else in ancient India? I mean, it's just, I guess in terms of the dates, like it's people, you know, it's difficult to know, and things keep getting older, things keep backing up, and we keep realizing that things are much older than we think, and now there's Tasteplar and all of these sites in Turkey. There's you know, dozens of these sites that are at least 11,000, 12,000 years old, and so we know humans have been around for several 100,000 years around the equator, including populating India, of course, because the climate would have been great, you know, during the Ice Age and during the Younger Dryas. So it shouldn't be shocking that people were on the planet doing stuff during that time period, because people were on the planet doing stuff during, you know, over the last 10,000 years and 20,000 years, and so. It is interesting to question how old some of the sites were, and some of the temples.
Check
like
it.
You said, even just the main structures, the underground component of it, the base of it, that could have been there for 10,000 years, 20,000 years, and then just built on top of it at some future point in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I would argue that the temples are
Check it.
actually much
Come
older.
on, man. How would you
If
probably
go to
coin
any
that?
temple in
Check
India,
it.
You're going to get two
That's become
versions of
common
history.
language now.
One is the standard
check it.
archaeological or historian's version, which is like this temple was built, 500 years ago by this king, right? Because we found a piece of carbon, a piece of charcoal that's 500
check
years
it.
old. So hence, this temple is 500 years.
Why Greek
We're
philosopher
also going to get a version
refused to
that's
pay
called
hide and seek
Sthala
with
Purana.
quantum physicists?
This version will be given by a priest who, does all the rituals there. And he'll just take you back 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 years ago. And he'd be like, so the structure was built during
Look at the
this
blankie.
time
Oh,
like
we're
10,000
we're
years
cozying
ago,
it up,
like
boys.
this character
We're cozying
from
it up.
Ramayana or Mahabharata. So two versions of history, history, exist in India. Um, of course, obviously, as people are getting more and more "quote unquote" civilized with the Western version, they're going to the mainstream historians version, and people just think of what the priest says as just pure fiction, But yeah, we don't know that for sure because even with radiocarbon dating, we haven't really dated even the stuff that we can date. They don't date it. They go by inscriptions, and they have something called a style matching. I don't know if you know what that is. So they know that this king built the pillars this way. So they go to another temple, and if they find the pillars the same way, they just assign that temple to that king. This is called style matching. So this is what's been happening in India. Yeah.
It's crazy that we consider that science. It's
Well, it's very hard too. I mean, it's very hard
What the
too.
fuck?
Archaeology is a very hard history too. It's very hard because you can't go back in time and get an accurate picture. I just hope they are doing it with good intentions. So I really hope that they want to find out. Really, rather than be like, okay, I found a job as an archaeologist. Let me just let me just do what my manager tells me to do, right? And that's what we see. It gets very hard. People get opinionated quickly, and humans are territorial apes. If you come and tell me a Hindu temples are this way. My initial reaction would be to become defensive. Be like, oh, why is Matt telling me about Hindu temples? Because I'm the quote-unquote authority on that. But I hope that doesn't. You don't expect that with scientists, but.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because there are so many just blank spots, blank spaces, and archaeologists and historians are trying to put things together and trying to piece the story together, and so it's very challenging, and they're doing a great job, and they're doing the best that they can. The issue, though, happens when a lot of the subjectivity and opinions become fact, and becomes the truth, and becomes the story, and becomes the reality, and it's really not. It's just assumptions and guesses, and so that's where it's not really a science. It's more like a humanity than it is a science. Now, a lot of great work is done, but there's just so many gaps that it's impossible to have this quote-unquote true story of our human history that everybody understands and believes in, and that's why the work that you're doing is so important, and the work that others are doing is so important to continue to keep questioning the story that we're told about our history. And it does keep changing. And so
It's going to change a lot.
And again, everything just keeps getting older. And so it's like, well, why can't we just remain open to possibilities as opposed to saying, this is it. We've got it figured out.
They're going to have a kind of a tribal mentality. You can see in any field. This is true of any field. Scientists, physicists, archaeologists, historians, they're going to try to stick together, and they're going to have a common narrative that makes them feel, together. It's funny.
In control.
Yeah.
Right.
So all these people, even though we're presenting them with evidence, we're showing hard evidence of all these things, they're just going to, turn a blind eye. People like Graham Hancock, are going to get hammered.
Yeah.
He's going to present evidence. And,
Come on, man.
mainstream archaeologists are just going to,
Attack it.
Yeah, attack it. I love it because the way they got Graham Hancock was like on Wikipedia. I don't know if he has managed to change it. It's like, he's not peer reviewed. He's not an archaeologist. He doesn't have a degree in history. He's not this. What did they say? They get basically a smear campaign. That's not science.
No.
That's not objectively.
No,
funny.
they're defending themselves. They've identified with a story, and so they're defending themselves. And through their defense, they're attacking people like Graham. But I mean, Graham told us 30 years ago that Clovis first was ridiculous and that it was nonsense. And that of course there were humans in North America prior to 12,000 years ago, and now it's generally accepted. It's proven. And it's just one example of people who are outside of that box and outside of that story, looking at things objectively and looking at the evidence, and it shouldn't be a threat. We should be able to work together. And it is a shame that science advances one death at a time. But,
Yes.
That's true. Yeah.
We are territorial apes, man. We
Yeah.
still gotta evolve, I think.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
It's the ego, it's the attachment, and the identification with job title or social role or whatever.
Fucking hell.
That gets us into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
We were talking about religion a little bit earlier and Hinduism and how it sort of began, but how does Buddha tie into that?
Lord Buddha was, I think, a revolutionary, in my opinion, and of course an enlightened master. He was born 2,600 years ago in Nepal. He was not born in India. I mean, back then it was all India, or you can say it was all Nepal. But he was born in Nepal. He was a prince. He could have become a king. But he renounced everything, and he was also tired of a lot of these Hindu rituals. He thought there were just too many Hindu rituals, and he wanted to revolutionize the whole thing, and he also wanted to be enlightened, to be permanently happy, to remain positive forever, right? So Lord Buddha at that time, his name was Gautama Siddhartha. That's his name, Siddhartha. And then he was married because I think he was a teenager, and he got married, and they had a child. Did you know?
I didn't know that he was married. No, I knew that was his name.
Yeah, Buddha's wife's name is Yashodhara, and he had a child. His name is Rahula. Just one boy. And then he abandons him. He not only abandoned his wife and kid, he also leaves his entire kingdom and he like, I'm gone. And he travels around. He gives up everything. There's nothing. He's basically living his life as a beggar. And he's like, how do I get enlightenment? And how do I, why is everybody unhappy? What is this thing that's making life so miserable, right? And he wants to become enlightened, and then many years pass by because he's become very emaciated. He's become thin. There's no energy left, and he's sitting under a fig tree, by the river bank called Niranjana. And then the water starts to, he's just meditating there, like, I gotta get enlightened, I gotta, become this, gotta be free of all this misery. And then the water starts to come in, it's like, and the water starts to drag him, And because he's become so weak, he can't resist it, so he goes into the water, and he's just gonna die. And he's holding on to the roots of the fig tree. He's like, I gotta live, I gotta be enlightened. That's my goal, and here I am, I'm gonna die. And then the water was just too much, and he was just too weak, and he's been trying for many years to get enlightened, and he's given up everything, but he hasn't actually given up everything. Right? He still has that one thing, which is he wants to be enlightened. So he lets go of that. He lets go of that root. He's like, okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about that enlightenment. They say he didn't even have a begging bowl because, he didn't want anything. But he was holding on to that idea of like, I have to get enlightened. And then he gives up on that. And that's when he became enlightened. That's when, Siddhartha became Lord Buddha. So this is and this is why Buddhism is so powerful. It has this idea that you can become Buddha. You can become enlightened. It doesn't need anything. You can,
Oh, come on,
you can be
man.
spiritually enlightened. You can be happy. You can be positive. No matter who you are, no matter where you're from, we're all the same. It's up to you to become an enlightened person. You can be happy with it. This is, and of course, there's a lot of like mystery around this. In my opinion, and of course this is my opinion, I'm a big fan of Buddha, and I think he was a human being who became an enlightened person, like Jesus. It gives me more hope to think of Buddha and Jesus as human beings who would achieve enlightenment, rather than thinking of them as like gods. But there are other versions of Buddhism. For example, do you know that Lord Buddha had 40 teeth?
No. No, I didn't.
Yeah, he had webbed feet and webbed fingers. Yeah, and his skin was golden. They're saying, and if you, I don't know if Ryan is there, but if you Google 32 physical characteristics of Buddha.
And where's this from? Where's this data from?
This is from texts, Buddhist texts.
Okay.
They're from ancient Buddhist texts.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see he has webbed feet.
What is
like,
this?
I don't know.
Come on.
We don't have his remains, obviously.
No. It's not. So number five, you see webbed toes and fingers, like a frog. And you're saying that. What's the other one? Yeah, like his skin was golden colored. He was not, and they're saying he's not really human. They're saying that he was conceived with divine intervention. He's only half human. Saying that his skin was golden, and he had chakras under his feet. Yeah. So there's like many mystical angles to it, and he was a giant too. He was more than 7 feet tall.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. And this ties into many of the theories that they talk about Jesus too. They're saying that Jesus. Who was telling you that Jesus had an elongated skull?
Timothy Hogan. yeah, from the Grandmaster of the Knights Templar.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy episode. If you haven't seen that episode, crazy episode.
I would come up with that.
He says that he has the bones. He says
really?
that, yeah.
He
says
has
that the Knights Templar, he's the Grandmaster of the Knights Templar, and he says that the Knights Templar have the bones of Jesus Christ, John the Baptist, Mary Magdalene, and their combined children.
Wow.
And that,
Come on,
and
man.
Jesus and John the Baptist had elongated skulls.
Look at this fucking guy, bro.
Mary had kids with bones.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I'm just a host, bro. I don't know. This is why I bring guests on. But no, I mean, he says that he excavated these sites in Jerusalem, and that the Knights Templar were traveling to America, and that he's got them in vaults, and that he's got he's got not only the bones but also an Ark of the Covenant.
No.
Yeah. Says that there were several arcs.
Will he ever show them to us?
He says he wants to wait 5 years or so, 5 to 10 years. That's his thing. I really pushed him hard on that. Let's speed this up a little bit. The world might not be here in 5 years, so come on, Tim. Let's see what you got. But no, he was sticking to that. He said that he doesn't feel like people are ready yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wild conversation. That's my
I
top
can
episode.
imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying this about Buddha, but we don't have any actual evidence. I'd be surprised. I think they just wanted to show him as a god, that he was physically a god too, you know. But I'm surprised, you know, because this is found in ancient Buddhist texts. You know, he was more than 7 feet tall. He had webbed toes and fingers. He had 40 teeth. That's
It's a lot of teeth.
yeah, that's strange. So a lot of these things, you know, and again, you know, if you look at Sri Lanka, again, this is the idea that Lord Buddha is not human. He's half God, like literally. You know, only his mother was human or something like that. It comes from divine intervention, you know, like Jesus.
Come on,
They're saying
man.
that he went to other dimensions or other planets using stargates. And the stargate is in Sri Lanka. There's a particular place called Sakwala Chakraya in Sri Lanka. This is like a carving that's really round, and it's like it has these weird symbols on it. They call it this, like Sri Lankans think it's a stargate. And if you meditate in front of it, you can go to other dimensions. You know, and Buddha did it 3 times. And I visited this place. I did that in 2018 or 19, and they're saying this is a real stargate that Lord Buddha himself used 3 times to go to other dimensions to visit God, basically. And very interesting place. You can, again, you know, all these crazy things are usually found in remote places, and there's a place that's called Alien Mountain. You know, it's a place, the Danigala Mountain in Sri Lanka. There's a mountain in Sri Lanka called Danigala, and they're saying it's an alien mountain. And you think, you know, I would make this up, but if you actually Google like Danigala Mountain, Sri Lanka, and on maps, look, it's called Alien Mountain. Even on Google Maps, they're openly saying that it's an alien mountain. You know, because look at that.
Interesting. There's a rock formation like that, I think, in like North Dakota or something. It looks like the base of a tree, like some giant tree. That's interesting.
Yeah, you know, it's like when I said it's an alien mountain, when I went to Google Maps, it's actually labeled as Alien Mountain, Danigala Mountain, and in this mountain they found petroglyphs, you know, rock carvings.
Okay.
They're saying this is 300,000 years old.
The carvings?
The etchings on it, and you know what you call it, petroglyphs, rock art. They're saying it's 300,000 years old. That's.
Can we get a picture of the glyphs, Ryan? That's crazy. Do you know what they depict or anything?
It's UFOs.
Really?
Yeah. Structure. Yeah.
Come on.
Stuff like UFOs and aliens, man. Like weird figures.
Oh,
You
come
can
on.
find pictures forbidden. Okay. Yeah, but there is a large statue of Lord Buddha there too, in this mountain. And this, again, you know, same thing. They're tying everything together. Sri Lankans are very open-minded people. You know, they literally think the gods came from the sky, and they have a lot of UFO sightings in this area. In 2023, at least 24 UFO sightings in Danigala area, you know.
Okay.
So again, it goes. This is where we try to tie all like the UFO phenomenon with the Stargate. with Lord Buddha, with Lord Buddha's 40 teeth, you know, and the the Sakwala Chakraya is a Buddhist stargate. So there's a lot of mystical, strange aspects about Lord Buddha. On one hand, Lord Buddha is like, he's just a regular guy, you know, he got enlightened.
why?
And he inspired millions, I'm sure you, me,
Yes,
a lot of people. He inspires us like, okay, anybody can be an enlightened person, you know, we can be positive. But there's also tantric Buddhism. There's also the mystical aspect of Buddhism, and you'll find a lot of information about it. A lot of very strange, weird information
Okay.
inside Buddhism too.
Interesting. Yeah. For me, I feel like his and he has inspired me very, very deeply. The more I learn about him, the more inspired I become. I feel as if his message has been misinterpreted over time to skew towards that positive and always being positive side of it. I think that happiness and sadness are the positives and negatives, and that it's impossible to always be on one end of the spectrum because happiness comes from outside conditions being perceived as positive, and unhappiness comes from outside conditions being perceived as negative. For me, what I think that the Buddha was really going for was peace, which is in the middle, which comes from within. And so I think he finally realized that I can be at peace at all times because I can focus my energy inward and not have those polarities, because something that creates positivity from the outside or happiness from the outside, the world is going to hit you with something negative at some point.
Come on, man.
If it's the outside doing it that's creating the happiness, you can't always maintain that because it's about what's coming at you as opposed to the inner peace that exists within all of us. So for me, I think that's at the core of it. I think that humanity is missing that whole center path of peace and joy and amazement and wonder and curiosity that all comes from within as opposed to coming from without. And I think that that's really where religion kind of religion sins, if you will, which in ancient Greek meant to miss the mark, meant to miss the point. There was nothing to do with moral judgment or anything. It was just missing the point. I think that the religion is always looking for salvation on the outside and finding a God on the outside and worshiping it and having that influence you. But I think that God is within and peace is within and joy is within. And it can always be in those
Where
states
is
if you
he?
do,
What?
like Buddha was trying to do, let go. But as soon as you turn it into something, some mental construct of enlightenment, I want to be enlightened, I want to be this is my goal, then you've just replaced a religion for a different mind-made, man-made construct. And so it's very fascinating to me, the history of it all and just kind of how it all works in reality and in practice. And it's something that I've been thinking deeply about over the last several years. But do you think that the Buddha, Lord Buddha, and psychedelics were ever? Do you think there's any history there?
No, I don't think so. We do find carvings of mushrooms in temples. Be interesting. We do find them in Hindu temples. I don't know if Buddha ever took psychedelic mushrooms or things like that, or his disciples ever did.
That Stargate thing and traveling to different dimensions is what, when you mentioned that's what made me think of it.
They do say that, yeah. Yes, it was mentioned, but I think these are, when I think about it, people like Terence McKenna, and then Graham Hancock too, and people who took these psychedelic mushrooms, and they are saying that they saw gods and aliens and they went to another planet. They're not talking about like a psychedelic experience. They're insisting that it's real. You notice that?
Yeah.
But it's, and you want to dismiss it, right? It's like, what are they saying? You know, their bodies here, they're just having, you know, a psychedelic experience, but they're very insistent. That means that what happened must have been so vivid, right? It's like they're insisting that they really saw gods, that they really saw aliens, and they have a lot of credibility. I trust those people too. You know, but how do you make sense of that? You know, it's very hard because I'm clean as a whistle. I don't do anything. You know, I don't take any mind out from substance. I never.
No.
You know, so.
Yeah, you're drinking room temperature water. No coffee this morning.
I ate too much rice and I'm sleepy.
24-hour plane flight. You got to be jet lagged. You're drinking room temperature. It's fantastic. Yeah, yeah.
Room temperature water.
Yeah, yeah. That's great. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
So it makes me wonder, like, what are they talking about? Are they just talking about an experience? It's one thing to say my mind expands, or you can say I became more creative. That's fine. But they're literally saying they just went and saw God. It's like, what do you make of it?
I mean, what I make of it is that that's what psychedelics can foster, can manifest, and that connection with God is an experience that people have on psychedelics, and so it's very difficult to convince people that their experience wasn't real if they're the ones who have experienced it, and so. I mean, and then the word God gets misinterpreted as these other things, and then we create stories about them. But yeah, I think that potentially some of the earliest sacraments and rituals would have been using just natural plants and fungus that would have existed for the last several 100,000 years amongst humans. And we talked about the monkeys eating them. At one point, we were monkeys that were eating them.
Well, wouldn't that be temporary though? Like after it's gone, it's like drinking it. Say.
Yeah,
You know?
but you don't forget that experience. It's very different than drinking. So I mean, drinking, of course, the no medicinal qualities. It's just essentially, you know, toxin and poisons you, whether they want to admit that or not. That's. But with things like psilocybin, there is medicinal benefit to that. I mean, you cure trauma, you cure PTSD, you cure addiction.
Oh, you cure?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those things are all very treatable with psychedelics, and so this is now being studied around the world. I mean, this is proven. This is science. This isn't anything woo that I'm talking about here. It's time that we start talking about this because the medicinal benefits are now proven scientifically to treat things like addiction, like all forms of mental illness, and so and the substances themselves are non-addictive. There's not a withdrawal period. And so if you're an alcoholic or you're addicted to something like marijuana or meth or alcohol or coke or whatever it is, a single dose of psilocybin can completely cure you of your addictive nature, your addictive personality, or your addictive traits to those substances. Yeah, it's now, and so I think that, you know, if we go back throughout history, I think that the medicinal benefits of some of these substances would have been known to ancient people and would have been used medicinally to treat people with mental illness. Or mental illness is a taboo word. My wife keeps telling me that I got to stop saying that. But yeah, no, it's. I think that and when you do experience something, as opposed to just being told something and learning some story, if you're the one who's truly experiencing a reality that's realer than real, as real, if you're, you know, then that's very powerful to people. And so if they are seeing something, if they've seen, you know, in South America, the jaguar, or the fang deity, and you know, we see that kind of experience from ayahuasca happens all over the place. So. And you get enough people seeing the same thing, it gets very difficult to convince people that they're not, you know, that
they're not real.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it real? It's very, it's kind of unreal to me.
Yeah.
You know, that they lay it on the couch.
Yeah.
But they're also insisting that they've gone and see. And again, you know, I've heard, I've worked with them. It's just I don't take any of it. And they say the mushrooms talk to them.
Huh. Okay. Okay.
Have you heard of that?
I have not.
Mushrooms, literally, the golden teachers talk to them. They'd be like, "You have to do this, and then you get better." It's literally the golden teacher telling you, and we're not saying. And again, it's not a metaphor. It's not an imagination. They're insisting that a mushroom is literally telling them.
Yeah, I don't think people are hearing voices and having the mushroom actually open its mouth and talk to them. But what people are doing is having experiences that where they see things in a new way. And so what it does so it lights up your neural pathways and it makes connections that would have not otherwise been made. And so you're able to gain understanding about things in ways that you wouldn't have gained understandings in the past without them. And so it literally, if you were to look at it on a brain scan, it lights up your neural pathways and makes all different types of connections. So people who have damage to their brain, if you
No, come on.
dream in a decade or 2 decades, people are reporting that they're dreaming again for the first time in their entire lives. And so what it does for people is my understanding is that it creates these awakenings and realizations. And so you were talking about the monkeys earlier. I mean, it could be a way that monkeys are literally evolving right in front of our eyes, potentially by having more awakenings and understanding the nature of reality as it truly exists around them, not based on stories but more based on what's actually the reality that exists around you, and being able to observe it and recognize it in a new way. So the science there is quite compelling, and the research is quite overwhelming at this point. That there are medicinal benefits to certain psychedelics.
Are the mushrooms really talking to us?
No.
Do you think the mushrooms can move?
No.
You know, they put a robotic arm to a mushroom, and the mushroom started to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's really completely true, but if you Google it, you'll be like, now because of the AI stuff, they're attaching things to the mushroom. And, well, this is a. Do you think the monkeys are using mushrooms, or you think the mushrooms are using monkeys?
That's so interesting. I guess it's all kind of working together, I guess, right?
There you go, check it out.
Yeah. Well, the mushrooms, I guess, are trying to survive and be relevant. So that's an interesting thought. So what's happening here?
If you attach an arm or like a body to a mushroom, the mushroom will literally start moving around.
Where's the mushroom?
Inside.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know, but there's some interesting research happening about it for sure.
Do you think that the mushrooms came?
Yeah. Speculation.
How do I even put this into words?
Yeah.
You know, there's like, have you listened to Terrence McKenna?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, a lot.
No.
Okay, okay, because he literally says the mushrooms are the gods that were put to help mankind, right? And again, like, that question, like, are the monkeys using mushrooms, or are the mushrooms using the monkeys? Like, again,
Oh,
this is
come
question. Are we using plants, or are plants using humans, right? If I'm a plant, if I'm a tree, right?
I can't believe I missed him
That's
again.
exactly what I would do. Now, just because I'm a human, I'm thinking, I get the apples from this tree. I'm going to use the bark, blah blah blah. But from a tree, I'd be like, okay, what is this human like? What do humans like? Let me make delicious apples. So these guys are going to pluck the apples and then they eat. Now, why is it giving me apples, right? Why? Because why is it giving monkeys the apples, right? So because it knows that the monkeys will eat the apples, it knows that the monkeys will eat the apples. Then they go to a far off place and then they defecate, and then the apple tree, the seed never gets destroyed, so the seeds will grow there. So the tree is actually using the monkey to spread its genes, right? Literally, right? That's what it is. We are dependent on the plants. The plants are not dependent on us, right? So if all humans die, the world would become more greener, right? So, but if all the plants die, how long will we survive? We literally won't have anything to live on. So the idea that I don't think we are farming plants and crops and trees. I think they're manipulating us, right? They know, okay, so let's give these guys some flowers so these guys will take us everywhere and start planting, right? So, yeah, right? So let's make some coffee beans so these guys can be away. Now these guys will take us and go and plant us in India and then Indonesia, right? Literally, right? So, and this is the idea that, again, the psychedelic mushrooms too.
What
They're
the fuck?
literally using humans, right? That's
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean, they're teaching us too, right? They'd be like, okay, let me give him this trip, and he's going to consume me, and I'm going to give him this trip of a lifetime. So this guy is going to go and tell everybody about it, and now I get to be the mushroom everywhere, right? So I'm going to be world famous. Right?
Interesting. Yeah. So pyramids. So there's we have pyramids obviously in South America. We have pyramids in Egypt. Do we find ancient pyramids in India as well?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So the mainstream narrative is that we have the oldest pyramids are all in Egypt, right? So the most ancient pyramid was built in Egypt 4,600 or 4,700 years ago. This is the Saqqara or Djoser pyramid, right? But we have a pyramid in a town called Bareilly in India, which is much older. Today this is called Bhim Ki Gada, but the original name of this place is Ahikshetra, and ancient texts mention about such a site. This is at least 5,000 years ago. So we have a Hindu pyramid in India that predates the oldest pyramid in Egypt. And you know the mainstream narrative, right? So the mainstream narrative is Egyptians were building pyramids, but what we see around the world is just, I think what we see around the world is all pyramids. For example, I would argue that there are many, obviously Egypt has, some of the best well-preserved pyramids, no doubt. But we have these pyramids made out of dirt or mud. These are called mounds in the U.S. We have Mayan pyramids in Mexico, right, and others, South America and Central America. And if you look at the temples in India, they're also actually pyramids. If you Google Brihadiswara temple, one of the most popular Hindu temples in India.
How do you spell that for Ryan?
Brihadiswara, Brihadeswara. So you see, right? Like if you, this is a pyramid. Just the main structure, and the one behind it, these were all built later. The original structure is a pyramid. It's four-sided pyramid. That's what it is. And you'll see a lot of structures like this in India. And not only that, not only does India have these pyramids, there are a lot of Hindu pyramids in Cambodia too. There is a pyramid called Koker pyramid, Kohker pyramid. It's in the middle of the jungle. And I went there. It's a fantastic site. It's not something that you would want to miss if you ever go to Cambodia. And it's a step pyramid. It's very tall. It's like 216 feet. Yeah.
That's 216 feet.
Yeah. Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's cool. So that's out in the jungle somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the aerial view of it, you'll realize that, it's a fantastic site in the middle of the jungle. And then once upon a time, there was a giant crystal lingam on top of this. This is just one example in Cambodia, and you can see you'll find more pyramids in Cambodia. Again, Koh Ker, but like, what do you think about it? This is a Hindu temple. This is not something that comes to your mind when we talk about Hindu structures, but this is a pyramid, right? And there's another pyramid called Baksay Chan Krong in Cambodia. This is right next to Angkor Wat, Baksay, Baksei. Yeah, there you go. Well, tell me what you think about, right? Well, tell me what are you thinking about, If you look at this, you're not going to think about a Hindu temple. You're thinking about, I'll tell you what you're thinking about, a Tikal temple in Guatemala. That's what you're thinking about. So if you got two browsers and if you pull up Tikal temple, look at that. So you can put both side by side. You see that? Now, according to archaeologists and historians, there's no connection between them, but you see the similarity. This one is found in Cambodia. This is what, 900 years old? Almost the exact same blueprint as the Tikal temple in Guatemala. And when I went to Indonesia, in Java Island, there's a remote hill, and on that hill, there's a temple called Chandi Suku. Nobody goes to this temple. Okay, this is like a very isolated, remote temple. A lot of the carvings are also under lock and key. We're not supposed to access them. But if you go to this temple, you will find a pyramid there, and that pyramid looks exactly like the Chichen Itza pyramid in Mexico. So you'll find a lot of pyramids in Hindu culture as well. So I'd like to think that when we talk about pyramids, we're generally talking about either Egyptian pyramids or Mayan or other Central American structures. But Hinduism also has a lot of these pyramidal temples, and this is it just a coincidence that they look just like Tikal and Chichen Itza, or were they all connected?
Okay. Yeah, so you think there is a global connection there
Yes.
between the civilizations?
Yes. So again, the mainstream narrative is Egyptians were building their own pyramids somewhere, Mayans were building their own pyramids, Hindus were building their own pyramids or temples, and they were not connected, right? But if you go to a temple in Konark, in India, there's a famous temple, this is called the Konark Sun Temple, you'll see the carving of a giraffe. Archaeologists accept that, yes, this temple is at least, 800, 900 years old. Archaeologists also accept that, yes, this is a giraffe, right? But they're saying, there you go.
Yeah, that's a giraffe.
Yeah.
And an elephant. Yep.
Yeah, but if you look at the and you can be like, oh yeah, it's a giraffe, so what's a big issue? No, giraffes are not found in India. No giraffes in India. The only place giraffe is in Africa. and not even like North Africa, like Egypt or something like that. We're talking about like Central or South of Africa. That means they have to take a giraffe from Africa all the way and reach India. You know, that clearly shows a global connection. You know, 900 years ago. That's all where you find giraffes. So if you go to again, if you go back to that Burhadiswara temple, you'll see a white man carved way up on the tower. You'll see all sorts of gods carved on the tower, but you'll also see a white guy with like a top hat and a French beard, as almost like posing for a picture. He's carved in a 1,000-year-old temple. That means there must have been a European connection there, you know? And if you go to temples of Kanchipuram, you'll find carvings of Chinese people. And if you go to Hoysaleswara temple, you can find Egyptian, like people with Egyptian costume carved in that temple. So this is evidence that, you know, 900 years ago or 1,000 years ago, there was a global connection. People were like communicating, interacting. They were like what we're doing right now, right? We don't care about like, I'm able to talk to you, I'm able to come and see you, you know, but they were doing this 1,000 years ago too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, the connection that gets me is the connection between North and South America and the rest of the world, because it should have been, you know, cut off. I guess the European thing between Africa and India could have been trade routes potentially. I mean,
you can, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, when we start seeing the same thing in South America as we do all over the world, that's very, very compelling and interesting for sure. Okay, yeah. So you wanted to talk about the sound technology was one thing that you mentioned that I didn't really know a ton about. Can you educate me a bit on that?
Okay, so in Hindu temples, in many of the Hindu temples, on the walls, you will have something called a sound round. I call it the sound round. I don't know what the original name of it was. There'll just be a marker marked on the wall, and it'll be like a red or black round marked on the wall. But if you go and if you tap on it, it'll sound completely different from the rest of the wall. So it might sound hollow, it might sound like you're playing drums, it might sound like a bell. Again, you know, there's no explanation for this, you know, like how did they really do it? And some people are like, no, they never did it, it's just a coincidence. But they must have known that tapping on that particular place creates a different sound. It's like we're talking about a long wall, right? So probably 500 feet, and then in one particular place it sounds very odd. Another classic example of this is the musical pillars of Hampi. In Hampi, there's a temple called the Vitala temple. Very famous temple, very nice temple. In that temple, you have pillars, and they've done something insane with it. They've taken one like giant stone block, like it's one of the pillars is like a giant stone block, and they've carved 7 different columns in that same stone block. But if you tap on each column, it'll sound different. So you see, there's just one stone block, and they've carved individual columns from it, but they've made the 7 notes like it's like do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. So if you tap on them, each one sounds different.
Okay.
And this should make no sense, right? Because it's coming from the same rock, right? It's carved the same, like they've done something to it, because it's granite. Again, that rock is just granite. And you can, if you want to hear the sound.
So they're not hollow?
They're not hollow.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah.
they're different thicknesses?
Yeah, but would that change the note if they're different thicknesses?
I don't know.
Again, yeah, because it's the same density, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would.
Yeah. And then if you and you know what and you know what the British did? They cut off, because British ruled India for a long time. So they you can literally see that one of the columns has been cut off, and they've taken it. And
Okay.
they say it's in the British Museum or the warehouse.
Okay.
Because they don't know how they did that. You know,
Yeah.
they take one large stone block and they carve it in a certain way that it makes music. And Humpty is really crazy because there will be a pillar in the temple, and on that pillar there's a man carved like he's playing drums. And if you tap on that pillar, you will hear drums. So there will be a carving where people are like playing, like a bell. And if you tap on that pillar, you'll hear the bell ringing sound.
Okay.
So they've done some really weird, things with sound technology. It's still unexplainable because it's just one rock.
Right. Have you tapped on these yourself?
Yeah, I've made a video about it. I even have the audio on my channel. I could only get the audio from the archaeological department. They gave me, and I worked with them, and we were getting the audio from.
It doesn't seem like the way that he's tapping with his hands on that would make that sound on it. It's almost like he's hitting a drum or something. But is that really what it sounds like when you tap on those things?
Yes.
Huh.
Literally, you can go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. You can literally hear the 7 notes. I have that audio on my channel. If you literally hear that audio. That's real.
With your hand.
Yes, that's real music. Yeah, that's the actual sound.
Your fingertips tapping on granite sound like
this.
that?
Yeah, your knuckles. Yeah.
Your knuckles.
Yeah, and you can also see that they've cut one of the columns. You can see, I show the whole thing in my video, and I even show you, how some of the pillars have somebody playing drums and it sounds like drums. All sorts of weird things,
And these you feel like are much older as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
In my opinion, they're much older, but that's not the mainstream narrative.
Right.
Again, in another temple, this is called the Darasuram temple. It has a set of 7 steps made out of one rock. It's like you can literally walk down those 7 steps, and if you take a tiny rock, and if you drop it from the top, it'll just fall from one step and the next step, and again it creates that 7 notes, like the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti.
Well,
This is one. It's just one solid piece of granite. So how do you create something like that?
yeah.
What kind of technology can we even think of?
No.
To create this kind of sound technology. Again, if you really go to the villages and if you talk about these kind of things, they're talking about acoustic levitation. Today we call it acoustic levitation. You can lift something up using sound wave. And they're talking about it in the villages. They don't know anything about it, right? They don't know about modern acoustic levitation, but they're like, oh no, this is not how these guys lifted these rocks. This is all nonsense. We were not carrying them with elephants and horses. They were using mantras. They were chanting, and they were levitating these rocks and placing them in different positions. They were able to soften the rocks. They would literally they would take a large piece of granite, and they would chant mantras. They would have a group chant, and that would soften up the rocks, and they could literally alter the density. This kind of stuff. So it's again, we're talking like 1,000, 2,000 years old things, right? So there's no difference between science and spirituality. It's all tied in together. You know, so they talk about how the mantras or chants or sounds or vibrations alter your mind, but they also alter like physical things. Like if I play something really loud, I can crack a TV screen, right? Same thing. And that's what they're saying. They're saying that we use mantras, we use sound to create the musical pillars of Hampi. You know, we used mantras to create the musical steps at Daraswam Temple.
Okay. So you, in what way? I mean, the sound was used to carve the soften and then carve the rock somehow? How would that have worked?
The idea is that they were using these sounds and they could alter the density of each column.
Through sound waves.
Yes. Once the stone, today you think your general idea, and so is mine, is like that these guys took a large giant piece of rock and they carved these 7 columns on them, right? That's what we think. They're saying that no, these guys softened them up like clay and they altered the density inside. They just literally kind of opened, and this makes more sense to me because to really create 7 different notes, you would have to change the density of each column. It's not the shape. I don't think the shape is going to affect that.
Right.
It's the density of like of what's inside. So, I mean, think about it, right? So one column is made of granite. One column is made of what? Iron. One column is made of alabaster. They're going to sound different, right? Why?
Yeah, different density. I guess, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's the density that matters, right? Because this is going to, if I tap on this is going to sound different. If I tap on this sounds different because they have different density. But no matter where I tap on the sofa, probably sounds the same because it's the same density. It's the same material, right? And this is what they're saying. They're saying that these guys were using sound to alter the substance itself.
And where does that come from? That they were using that? Is that from scripts or texts or?
It's found in scripts. It's definitely found in scripts. But these are all like folklore in India.
Okay.
People are talking about this in the villages.
Gotcha.
And this is a very popular theory that they were using sound to alter substances.
Okay.
And it's still believed. Like if somebody gets sick, if somebody got a fever, a lot of times they believe that this person has to just lie down and we can just chant mantras to them and they'll get healed. You don't need anything else. And I don't know if you know, they were showing another thing. There was a baby crying and one person took a huge Tibetan bowl kind of thing and they tapped on it and the baby stopped crying immediately. Did you see that video?
I don't think that one.
Yeah, maybe Ryan can play it for us. It's like healing power of bells or something
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, sound has tremendous healing properties.
and I mean,
Yeah.
we know this. I mean, it's no secret to us that like we listen to music to make
Insane.
ourselves happy. We know this. We know
That was
how
pretty
we
insane
make
video.
music. We know, like,
'Cause the baby's not
we
acting.
listen to
You know the
maybe
baby's
all
not
the birds.
acting.
It makes us happy. You know why the birds do this?
Yep,
Like
yep.
so we know the power of sound.
Right.
But it's very superficial today, right? But it's like it should have great power, right? That the sound should probably have great healing power. We've just forgotten all of it.
Do you think that sound was used for levitation in our past?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you think we see evidence of that?
I don't think we can actually see evidence of that. I wouldn't say that we have evidence of that. I would say at this point it's a theory. I've heard about it. For example, even in Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida. You know this?
Yeah.
They said that Edward Leedskalnin was singing to the Stones. Do you know about this? They even made, I think they made a documentary about this, saying singing to the Stones.
Yeah.
And because the Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida, he built a castle all by himself, right? He never let anybody touch anything, and he refused to use electricity, right? But so how do you build a castle by yourself? And there's a lot of like mystery around this. And some people said that he was he was using sound, and the stones could be lifted. And there's this theory in my book, which I wrote about Coral Castle. I didn't mention anything about this, but does such today such technology exists? Tibetans believe that. In one of the Tibetan temples, there was a person who claimed that he saw a bunch of Tibetan monks chant mantras, and the stones started lifting up. Okay, I mean you can probably find it online, but I think it was Tibet, and they were saying that all the Buddhist Tibetan monks were chanting mantras, and the stones started to move, and they started to position themselves.
Okay. Yeah, fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the other thing that you'd mentioned was the sun and sun alignments and worshiping of the sun. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, you know this. You worship the sun.
Yeah.
Do you?
I don't worship anything.
Do you celebrate?
Sometimes my wife. I worship my wife, but that would be about the closest that I would get to worshiping anything.
Yeah, it's funny because we say, and as Hindus worship the sun, the trees, and everything, right? So anything that's in nature, it can be an object, it can be a being. Trees are gods for us. The sun is a god. The sun is the god for us. And when I tell people, no, you celebrate the sun, you worship the sun, and they're like, no, I'm an atheist, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a free spirit. I don't celebrate the sun. Yes, you do, right? Because why do you celebrate your birthday every year? Why don't you do it every 6 months? Right? Why don't you do it every month? No, you're basically marking your position with respect to the sun on the orbit, and you celebrate it when you make a full circle coming back to the same position. It's about the sun, right? And at least that's okay. But see what people are doing on the new year? Everybody's going crazy, right? The celebration around the world. What did we accomplish?
Well, we survived another year without killing ourselves, I guess, right?
We made one full circle around the sun. That's it.
Yeah.
We all did one full, imagine an alien watching this, right? They're like, why are all these guys dancing today? They just made one full circle around the sun,
Why are they shooting these fireworks on July 4th every year? Right.
Yeah, but only every year, right? Why not, if it's about the moon, that'd be every month, right? Every 28 days, whatever, right? So the sun becomes very important, right? So what they did was, of course, without the sun, there's probably we wouldn't exist. In reality, probably sun is the real God, because if sun dies now, we'd all be gone, right? So there's no chance for us to survive. So they took the sun, they personified sun in Hinduism. This is called Surya. In Hinduism, Surya means the sun. And they put all their findings, all science and all the art and all spirituality, and they kind of intertwined everything together, and they made sun temples. So for example, in Konark Sun Temple, you'll find a sundial. It just looks like a large wheel, but it's accurate to like 1 minute. You can literally go put your finger like on a certain place where the shadow falls, and you can be like, okay, now it's like 11:45.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So you see how they kind of like started to intertwine science and spirituality. And there's another temple called Modara Sun Temple. It's a fantastic temple, and if you go there on summer solstice, again a solar event, right? So if you go there on summer solstice, your shadow will not fall on the ground. It sounds like, you know, pure science fiction, right? But how did they accomplish this, right? Yeah, if you see that on summer solstice day, sun shines directly above the temple at noon, casting no shadow, and this only happens on this day, right? How? Because these guys knew about the Tropic of Cancer. This is a particular line on the globe, and they constructed the temple on the Tropic of Cancer. So they made sure, right? So they knew, and I fully imagine them having like strange rituals, right? Be like, everybody should come in this day into the temple, and it's magic. Your shadow is not falling on the ground. But they've used a scientific principle to do that, you know.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and then again in equinox, on both the equinoxes, the very first, and I've checked this with my compass, you know, it's the alignment is perfect. On the equinox, the very first rays of sun will fall on the idol of the sun god. So the alignment of the entrance and the way the temple is positioned is that the very first rays of the sun will go and will fall on the statue of the sun god. So this is kind of like, you know, like putting everything together, right? So this is like they knew the science, and they could also make it really artsy. Like they could make it artistic, and they could construct the whole thing. And this is the beauty of you know, mixing science and spirituality there.
Yeah, fascinating. Yeah. What's the biggest mystery for you worldwide? Like, what's the one thing that you look at? This is crazy. I understand. This is evidence of ancient lost tech. What's the best evidence you see in the world for some mystery, some ancient civilization or technology?
To me, I'm always fascinated about the origin of mankind itself and the origin of life. Very fascinated by it, and like how did life get on Earth, right? Like we know all the theories, you know, but it just doesn't seem natural. There's literally no possibility for life to be created on its own.
How do you mean?
Just like how the very first microbe or whatever.
Yeah, to know that, I guess we have to know what is life, right? Yeah, we got to know what is it, you know, and what is it that we're even talking about. So, what is life to Praveen Mohan?
Things that don't follow Newtonian physics.
No.
There's this very strict rules of physics. You know, this is actually started with Newton, and he tried to explain which he did a great job of. But nature, like it works with like inanimate objects, right? So if you see a sofa, it follows certain rules and stuff. But a cell doesn't, or humans don't. Humans can do whatever; they can multiply, and that doesn't follow that specific framework. To me, that's what.
Could it be possible that life is just light? That could be how life got here, because light that was traveling from the sun got captured within a single cell organism, within a piece of matter that was that had water, you know, that was that the light got trapped within that tiny little cell, and that tiny little cell then became alive. It would move all over the place because that's what light does. It's bouncing all over the place, and then it figured out a way to divide itself.
Come on, man.
And then to over millions of years, just kind of evolved to what we see today. I wonder if for me, that's the origin of life. It's light. It's literally directly created from the sun when it gets captured. And I think that's why crystals grow within rocks. I think that's why plants grow as life, because the photosynthesis, because light is being captured within the plants from the leaves. I think that we are light that was captured billions, potentially a couple of billion years ago, that we've just been evolving ever since and gone down different paths than other species and other life forms on different parts of the world based on our surroundings and our environment. But for me, it's kind of that simple. That's where life kind of came
Sorry.
from, was stars.
But when you make hits, they like is light involved?
Yeah, your light is not only in the egg, but it's also in the sperm. That your sperm actually has blood in it, and that's where the light is captured within your blood, and that you're giving a part of your light to you're fertilizing another egg that has light within it. Yeah, and that's what creates a new life.
And what happens when the sperm meets the egg? Do you know?
No idea. Yeah, I mean,
Maybe you should show us. Ryan should show
when
us.
it breaks the barrier, and when it goes inside, yeah, and the light combines.
You would think, right? But
Yeah.
there's like a massive line there. If you really see what happens when a sperm meets an egg, finally when it breaks through, there's a massive light that's produced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Like a flash.
yes,
Oh,
a
okay.
big flash of light. I think if you, it's like a huge flash, man. It's like having a lightning inside. It's like that. That's real.
Okay.
Yeah. So when it really hits, when it goes in, it's like you see, there's a flash. Yeah.
I think that kind of backs up my theory.
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. You know,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's very interesting that you brought that up because yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to know what life is, and I think we kind of stay away from that as a species, as a civilization, because of who knows. But we can get down to different beliefs and different. I think science kind of stays away from what is life, and I think that kind of slows us down, and that we would probably make different decisions if we really knew what life was and how it actually worked, and we would treat each other differently and better potentially.
Yeah. There are more. Do you know about this? The sperm and egg. That because I saw that. When the sperm meets the egg for humans.
Come on, man.
Do you know how long it takes for the baby to fully develop and come out of the mom's belly?
Is it like 10 months?
So if you Google it, it'll be like.
I mean, I know 9 months is obviously the pregnancy, but
So it should be like 280 days. If you Google it today, it'll be like 280 days.
okay.
But the actual time would be like 9 months, 9 days,
Okay.
9 hours, 9 minutes,
Oh, really?
and 9 seconds.
Okay.
That's like the full term
Huh. Okay.
of the baby.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, and I mean, this is coming from like Hindu mysticism. A lot of people don't know this, but I think today it'd be like, oh, it's like approximately 280 days.
Come
but I think
on,
it's
man.
actually
Like, come on.
that term, that like 9 months, 9 days, 9 hours, 9 minutes and 9 seconds, and incidentally, the cow, the god, guess how long the calf has to remain in the cow's belly
9 months, 9 days, 9 hours, 9 seconds, 9 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
You should know that. That's
I did not know that.
It's called the gestation period,
Okay.
where the baby's formed and it takes that time to fully develop. It's the same for cows and humans. It's like, there may be real scientific reasons behind this, because if you look at a woman's menstruation,
I try not to.
I try not to. Oh my god, man.
So keep going, please.
hey, let's Google that.
Come on, man.
Let's not. Stay away from images on this search.
So if you look at a woman's menstrual cycle, it just follows the moon's cycle around the earth. That's what it is.
Right, for sure.
Yeah. It just mimics that exactly. So what the moon does, it just goes around approximately 27 to 28 days, and women follow that. Their menstrual cycle just follows that. And in India, I've seen those when women don't have like a regular menstrual cycle. It's like if it's always
Oh, that boost, bro. I was like 1000% gonna hit that camera. Come on.
For like, for every 15 days or something like that. These women are made to sit under the moon every night.
Okay.
And it resolves the issue. It's almost like there's like pure pseudoscience today, right? It's pure pseudoscience today. But someday it'll be proven, I think, because there's a lot of it that we don't understand about the human body and its connection to the moon and the sun. This is shown in marine worms. Like there are certain types of worms that don't reproduce if there's no moonlight. You have to show them the moonlight. It's like saying the nightclubs are nightclubs, right? If you go there during the daytime, there's nobody there, right? Because humans are also just, alive, and there's moon for a reason, and without the moon, you'd become a lunatic, lunatic. So it's like lots of like connections between the sun and the moon. Again, incidentally, the moon is also a god for Hindus. So we understand all those, the connection between the moon, the sun, how our life is connected to it.
Do you buy into the moon being a natural formation of some planet that collided with the Earth, and the moon is a product of that collision, or spaceship, or what do you think? What do you think the moon is? How do you think it formed?
Nah, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think it's a natural satellite, man. I don't think so.
Yeah. You don't think it was formed here?
No.
Okay.
No. Why? Do you?
I don't. I'm
You're
open
just
to.
a host,
I'm
man.
open to. I'm just a host. Yeah. Yeah. I'm open to all possibilities. I'm open to them. I think if Shiva flew here, it's maybe not the craziest thing to say.
To say that, yeah.
Maybe that was the mothership. No. I think that it's a very strange moon. I mean, there's no other moon that we know of that is that's exactly the same size as the sun in the sky. It creates these perfect eclipses. It controls the tides. Its density, if it did come from the Earth, its density is completely different. It's way closer and bigger than it would be if it had the same density as the Earth. I mean, it's almost a perfect circular orbit. It's 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times closer than the sun is to the Earth. I mean, None of the craters go any deeper than 3 kilometers. No matter how big of an impact it was or how small, that's the max that it'll ever go to. So it's almost like it's a hard shell with something with a softer material on the inside. I mean, there's a lot of pseudoscience about that, but everything's pseudoscience to me. Even real science is pseudoscience to me. So I'm open.
Well,
man.
pseudoscience becomes science after 20 years.
Yeah, right.
Like, you remember when Facebook started? It was called Face Mash.
Yeah.
Remember that time? It was
yeah.
like 2003 or something. And then it became, it was called the Facebook for some time. You remember that
I do,
time?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then became Facebook, and then only you had to have a college email to access it.
Right.
We were posting about UFOs at the time. I was posting about UFOs, and you couldn't even post like a good picture because it was too big. You know, it was like 2 MB. That's too big. You can't post a picture like that. And we would get deleted. We would get banned for posting UFOs and UAPs. Just what? 15 years ago? It was not only pseudoscience, it was scamming. It was like we would at that time.
What? How did it not pass
was just a
away?
kid.
Right.
And we were like,
Still
we'd be like,
kinda
let's
is.
message this guy. And like, why are you deleting it? You know, is why are you deleting all the pictures and stuff? And they were thinking that this was just not only thinking that it's pseudoscience, they thought it was fake. You know, they thought the entire UFO thing was a fake, you know. And look, today, in just 15, 20 years, it's mainstream science, you know, and that's the area that we, like now, people are like, why are you not talking about UFOs anymore? I was talking about UFOs 10 years ago.
Right.
But now, what's there to talk about? It's become mainstream science, you know, like you guys pick it up.
Right. Yeah, you used to be a conspiracy theorist if you said UFOs existed, and now you're a conspiracy theorist if you say they don't exist. Right. 'cause,
Yeah,
I mean,
I was a conspiracy theorist when I said UFOs exist.
yeah. The government's telling us that they exist. I mean,
And now it's like, and nobody cares.
Right, nobody cares. Yeah, because you can't change belief overnight.
Yeah, and then, and the funny part is all these people who were like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, they were like, all these people who said this is pseudoscience, this is conspiracy, they all like embraced the UFO theory, man. They all like, they're like, if the government says so, then I'm good.
Right, exactly. Yeah, as long as, just shoot, just keep buying. I mean, it's either the biggest government-created conspiracy ever. Like, I mean, the government would have to be in on this in order for this to be fake at this point. With all of the whistleblowers that have come out, I mean, those would have to be plants from within the government that they're creating people, giving these people these jobs to go on podcasts and go testify in front of Congress. I mean, that would be pretty ballsy from a governmental standpoint if that were all fake and made up. So it's interesting. I don't know, open to both
Are you
possibilities.
saying that UFOs don't exist?
Me? No, I'm not saying.
that now?
No, right. No, I'm not saying one or the other. I think it's it sure seems like it's more likely than not to me, but I know that still most people have probably not gotten there yet. But more and more every day it seems like.
Yeah. I wonder if some people are really. Did Elon Musk say that there's no aliens?
He used to say that there was, and then he kind of got connected with NASA and through SpaceX, and now he's kind of like poo-pooing the whole topic. He's,
really?
Yeah, he's like, I think if I would know if there were.
Yeah, that's what he said, right?
Yeah,
Is that legit?
Yeah, but did somebody is somebody telling him what to say? Do you really want to be the first person?
I would
to know?
say that here's the thing, right? So it pays to be a conspiracy theorist. If everybody says something, and then if you say the opposite thing, it riles people up.
Yeah.
Right? It just it just gets you aroused. And this is what he's doing, I think, because he was saying there are aliens like 5 years ago. Now it's like, oh, there's no aliens.
Nothing to see here, right? Yeah.
So it's just going against the.
He's just trolling.
Yeah, I think he's just
yeah,
trolling.
he's just a giant troll. Yeah. Good, man. Well, what did we miss?
What else do we? Oh, moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can talk about moving parts in temples.
All right, cool. Yeah, what's a good one to pull up?
If you go to a temple called Varadaraja Perumal Temple,
Yeah, you got that right.
Ryan can do it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. And then you can see the moving parts. You see that? It just looks like regular. Nobody knows that these move. Right? It just looks like little columns, but they're movable. And if you go around, you can just start rotating, and so you can see some of them are missing too. It is an old temple. There are also chains. There are lots of moving parts. Like if you see there on top too, these are all moving parts. You can't even reach them, but they put these moving, like rotating structures there. Some of them have been cemented together now. Some of them you can still see the holes on some of them, showing that you can see that there's a hole there. There you go. A lot of weird things, and you can also see, and you see that? That's made of stone too. That's in India. And that's made of stone too. That's in Mangalore. And that's a rotating pillar. No longer rotates. This is in Chennakeshwar temple. And you can see structures. And here, this one, look. What do you think about the chain? What is it made of?
Basalt?
Right.
Tough to
Come on,
Granite?
man.
Okay.
Complete. It's a stone chain.
Stone
That's made of
chain?
rock.
Come on, man.
Yeah. It moves.
How? How would they get the range? My mind is just exploding.
What?
Yeah, man. This is what I'm saying. You
A
guys should come to
stone
India.
chain?
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Just
Yep.
come to India, man. We have the greatest structures in the world.
That's cool.
You
Dude.
Tell that to
Come
of
on.
course,
A
Graham
stone
Hancock.
chain?
Yeah, tell that
Bro.
to Ben. Tell that to all your.
That's the most insane thing I think I've ever seen.
They should be researching India
Yeah.
more than Egypt.
What's the point of the rotation? Like, what is there any speculation as to why the pillars would rotate on those structures?
My idea is that they were using it to create some type of energy, like electricity. To me, I mean, you know how the dynamo works, right? On a bicycle,
Yeah.
if you're just taking a bike and if you're pedaling away, you don't need a battery or any type of energy device. With just your kinetic energy, you can create electricity. So this should be one of the reasons. I mean, I can't think of anything else. I mean, it would be like a kind of like a micro amount of energy, and I wonder what they would be using it for, right? But you could literally create energy this way, or you could literally create electricity this way, and use it for something, right? And this is what they're doing in Japan. I think in Japan they put on these weird things in the floor where you just walk and you're creating energy, and they're using it for something else. So a lot, and now 10 years ago I thought only certain temples had them. Now the more I look at these temples, I realize that every temple, ancient temple, not the new ones, every temple has a moving part. And that's mind-boggling to me, right? That's like really crazy. It's a solid piece. Hey, did you know they had a rotating megalithic door, a moving door in the Great Pyramid of Giza? They had it once. So there's like historical evidence of it. There was a Greek
What the fuck?
explorer 2,000 years ago. I forgot his name. He went to the Great Pyramid of Giza and he found this door. It's like a moving stone door. And he used it. and then he wrote about it. But nobody has ever been able to find that door after him. Some famous Greek philosopher or geographer or somebody like that. Back to the moving parts. A lot of Indian temples have these moving parts. Again, you saw the chains that are moving. You saw the rotating parts that are moving. They seem to be placed in all ancient temples for some reason, and we no longer have this type of technology in the new temples.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's like lost.
New being when?
Like if they built it in the last 300 years.
Okay.
That's not
Gotcha.
there.
Gotcha. But the ones that archaeology thinks is 900 to 1400,
Yeah.
and you think are much older, they all have that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. And is there is there an obvious way that you think that they were harnessing the energy through those?
No.
Okay.
No, we can't be like, okay, we found all these connections with the wires and they're storing it here. That would be a jackpot.
Yeah.
That would be like finding the lathe machine at Humpy, and then they build a parking lot around it.
Right. Yeah.
But
Come
it would
on,
be a
dude.
jackpot to find an intact mechanism, right? But I can't think of any other real reason why somebody would go out of the way to create moving parts. In temple, why would you do it? It's so hard to do it too. It's not easy, right? Even at Coral Castle, Edward Yates Calvin built a 9-ton revolving door, right? So it's a 9-ton rotating door, and it's like a big door. It's made of solid coral rock, basically.
Right. Yeah. I've seen that.
And if you go today, it doesn't work.
Right. Yeah. It stopped working.
It's not working. It's like you can't create like megalithic structures. Like you can't create stone things that move forever. It's just very hard to do.
Coral is different than granite too. That's coral's going to wear down for sure over time.
Yeah. But it's not the granite itself or coral itself, right? It's the axis. It's the axle that goes inside, right?
Yeah.
And anything that's rotating, there's going to be a lot of friction, and you have to use lubricants for that. It's not easy to have like a moving part. Especially if you think about it for centuries. I can tell you a machine that's been working for centuries. You can't, right?
No.
Because these are moving parts. It creates friction. You got to lubricate it. You got to maintain it. It's very hard to do. And you can see another rotating pillar in a temple called Chennakeshwar Temple. We saw images of that. Fantastic pillar. So like, again, lathe turned pillar, all sorts of weird things in that pillar. Ancient. And you can still see traces of lubricant placed at the base because these guys were using lubricant. But it does not rotate anymore. There's, it is 900 years old. It's not gonna.
Right.
It's not gonna work forever. I don't think.
Right. Any evidence from the ancient texts or scriptures about electricity or anything that Shiva would have taught the ancient people regarding electricity?
Ancient texts talk a lot about electricity. There's no doubt. There's a word for it. It's called vidyut. There's actually a word for electricity called vidyut in ancient texts, in ancient Indian texts. Again, there's a saint called Agastya who talks about batteries. It's basically talking about a galvanic cell, right? How you can put like certain things together. You can take copper and you can take this metal, and if you put together, you can produce vidyut. You can produce electricity, right? So there's texts like that, very similar to the Baghdad battery. A very almost, I would say, it's a freaky coincidence. Baghdad battery is the same thing, right? So they find this 2,000-year-old jar in where's it, Kufur Rajut in Iraq, near Baghdad.
Right.
They find a big pot and they find a copper tube and an iron rod that goes in the center. Right, that's it. Right, so, and they found all three together. Right, and the iron rod goes inside the copper tube, and the copper tube goes inside the jar. And they found traces of vinegar in the jar. Inside the jar, they found traces of vinegar. So when Wilhelm Koenig, I think this was a German guy, it was fantastic, it was just a genius. Wilhelm Koenig, when he, that's original. When Wilhelm Koenig, who was the director of the museum in Iraq at the time, he was the one who put everything together. Let's put the vinegar inside. Let's recreate this, and it produced electricity, right? So that's why they called it the Baghdad battery. So again, this goes back to how did they build these fantastic structures? Were they using electricity? Were they was Giza a power plant type of thing? But you know, on a side note, do you know where the Baghdad battery is now?
Probably the British Museum?
No.
Okay, they stole everything else.
No, man, no. Americans, you guys are doing a better job now.
Yeah.
You guys went to Iraq.
Yeah.
Remember the weapons of mass destruction?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
They found them?
Yeah, right. Yep.
They found those or what?
Yeah.
Guess where that Baghdad battery is today?
Cairo?
No.
Go to Wikipedia and you find it. When the U.S. invaded Iraq, well,
we looted the Baghdad battery?
they just
It's missing. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. So someone stole the Baghdad battery. Someone has it today.
probably the U.S. government. They probably want to test it. I would say. I'd like to think so. Unless it's with some private collector.
You'd think 20 years later you would have been able to test it by now.
They're not going to tell us.
Yeah.
It would be like, oh, I'm going to test it and tell them what.
Right.
That's not how military works.
Right.
Right. So, yeah.
So it was in Baghdad. What was it, in a museum or something?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good job, Americans. That's great. Very classy. All right. Yeah, well, excellent. Praveen, I have really enjoyed chatting with you and meeting you over the last 2 days. It's been a lot of fun. Learned a lot, really cool. I didn't know much about India and the history involved there, so to hear about it direct from you and to hear your take on it was really, really cool, really fascinating stuff. So I know the audience will enjoy your perspective and really appreciate you, man, traveling 24 hours on a plane to get over here just to talk to me. And you got to be jet lagged, so you're doing a tremendous job to even be awake through all of this. So can't thank you enough and hope to connect with you again in the future.
Thank you, man. This is the time where I get to promote my stuff.
Yeah, right, for sure. Yeah.
I would like to sell all my products, my meditation courses, my books. I just haven't created any. There's nothing, and I'm literally like, I feel like an idiot because I'm not selling anything. I don't have anything to sell, so it really sucks.
Who wrote that?
It was great. I had great fun talking to you.
Oh my god, I love homosexual people in a platonic way.
Very, very impressed by the culture.
I love gay people in a friend way, in a freedom way.
Have come here, and you guys are watching us. I hope it was good, and do check me out. All I have
But
is
dude, I was literally
social
just
media,
thinking,
find me.
how awesome was the world
Selling anything, but hopefully at least
before this
I'll put something together.
friggin' lame
Well, you got great content.
work,
on your channel,
pay
so you
taxes,
got
save
that
for
to share with
retirement,
people.
pay
Your YouTube channel
mortgage.
is what, 1.9?
Oh dude, I hear that's an
Yeah,
amazing
1.9.
game, brother.
Yeah,
Really, 2
fantastic.
I
million
hear that
this
game's
year.
sick, man.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
What are you playing now?
and other social
What
media?
game are you playing on the Switch?
Yeah, Praveen Mohan on YouTube.
Are you playing anything or
Facebook,
no?
Instagram. I'm not on Twitter, I don't think. Just Google me if you find
I know you got
That's
Mario
my
Maker
name,
too.
Mohan.
Yeah, cool. What's up
Did
next?
you
for What are you going to
Go online yet? Did you pay for the online membership finally?
We have to go back to
Honestly, it's not that
Indonesia,
expensive.
go to Thailand.
Mario Maker
We're
nice
just trying to
offline, online?
cover, the ancient temples in Southeast Asia.
Mm.
I'd like to finish it in the next 4
Sorry,
or
well,
5
that's
years.
sick,
This is
man.
a
That's
long,
cool. I'm sure that's
long
awesome too, dude.
process because we got some of the fantastic temples in Southeast Asia. I would like to cover all of them. So those we got a lot of other things too coming up. A lot of TV shows. I'm trying to write a book and so on and so forth. But mostly, I would think I would like to focus on Southeast Asia and the ancient sites there.
Cool, brother.
Really like to document everything because all this stuff that I showed you, the moving parts, the musical pillars, I was the first
Oh,
one
I
to show.
suck, eh?
So, and today, if you search for them, you'll find a lot. But people don't like to go and find new things. It's easier to just copy. But I would like to actually go and find them because there's a lot of hidden treasure. And to me, that's a real treasure. It's not the gold or the money or whatever. But to me, the real treasure is the technology of ancient people. You know, how they built these fantastic temples. What was their thought process? That's a real treasure. And I would
Oh, this
really
is
like
fast.
to
I didn't get the first
uncover them
camera.
and discover new
Second
things
cam.
and just
Maybe I
just
wonder, is that
showcase
that's the recent one that was like
to
$80 or something,
the
right?
general public for them
$80
to
for
wow,
Mario.
these are
That's
amazing temples.
45 is a
So
good
now
price.
I've planted a seed in your mind
$80.
about ancient Hindu temples and Buddhist temples in India and Southeast Asia. I'm sure someday, right? It'll grow, and then you'll come and visit. That's all.
$80. Like, come on.
Love it, man.
Yo,
Great
blue
message.
khakis.
You're doing a great job spreading a lot of really cool knowledge.
Here it's gone, yeah.
Personality's infectious.
As are female
really, really cool.
reproductive
Really just
freedoms at a national level,
the last
but
couple days. Really enjoyed it.
yes.
I know we'll be in touch, and now we're gonna
All other
talk a little
freedoms
bit of bases for your channel.
of like
I'm excited
injection
about that too. So,
choice.
yeah. If you're finishing up
Are
this
now
episode on
implemented.
Limitless, go over to Praveen's channel and check out the episode on bases. So, appreciate your time, brother.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
having
man.
me.
So far, it looks like it's going to be better for the economy. At least. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be. It's like unprecedented how far back we've gone with with women's rights and human rights, especially for women. I think it's insane. But Harris's injection segregation policy trumps. I think there was probably less people that like agree with injection segregation than there are women, right? Or rather, you know what I mean? That's why Harris lost, I think, because I think a lot of people were really against the COVID injection segregation that the world tried to pull on us. Bros, check this out. So apparently there's a stone chain. Check this out. Check this out. This is insane.
How? would
Apparently
that
this is a
get
stone chain.
real?
Can you believe it?
Just exploded.
Yeah, man.
Is it
This
insane?
is why I'm saying you guys should come to India if
Yeah,
you
for
want to.
sure.
How do you
real
make a
research.
stone
Just
chain?
come
A
to
granite
India, man. We
stone
got the
chain.
greatest structures in the world.
That's cool.
Tell that to, of course, Graham Hancock does it. Tell that to Ben. Tell that to all your friends.
Right.
Bros, I think I need to go to India.
Research in India
Yeah.
more than Egypt.
What's the point of the rotation? Like, what is is
Alex Jones is a oh my god, what? What is going on in this chat? Stay hydrated? Come on, man. Come on, man.
To create some type
If we're greatly for Canadians, I can almost guarantee that the same thing happened in Canada.
I mean, you know how the dynamo
Women
works.
overworked
right?
just
On
like
a
I have it all over the
bicycle,
ash for everything in the
just take
country.
it
Yeah.
apart, and if you're pedaling on
Well, they're not wrong though. We have to. Both parties had a policy that took away human rights, right? And I mean, I feel like in order to be happy for Trump win, like,
one of the reasons. I mean, I can't
you know,
think of anything
we have to at
else.
least say
I
that
mean, it would be like a kind of like a
it's crazy for women out there.
amount of energy,
Looks
and
crazy.
I wonder what they would be using it for, right? But you could literally create energy this way.
Gone
you
back
could
like
literally
50
create
years.
Electricity this way.
It's pretty
And use
crazy.
it for something, right? And this is what they're doing in Japan. I think in Japan they put on these
But
wooden
yeah, man.
things in the floor where you just
Big
walk
victory for Trump.
and you're creating energy, and they're using it for something else. So a lot, and now
It's encouraging for like
10 years
cars,
ago, I thought only
vehicles.
certain temples had them. Now the more I look at these temples, I realize.
But I mean, I think the
every
deep state
temple,
wanted
ancient
him to
temple,
win. I
not
predicted
new one,
Harris would win, right,
every
Avi?
temple
Everyone saw.
has
But
a moving part, and that's mind-boggling to me.
no
Right?
right or
That's
wrong in my
crazy.
opinion, but what would
Crazy.
undoubtedly
It's
happen
a
if they had voted for
solid-
Harris? The collapse of society.
Hey, did you know they had a
Yeah,
rotating
maybe.
megalithic
Probably,
door,
maybe.
a moving
A
door
communist.
in the Great Pyramid of Giza?
She wanted
They had
price
it once. There was,
controls.
like historical evidence of it. There was a Greek explorer 2,000 years ago. I forgot his name.
Like, what do you mean by
He
that?
went to the Great Pyramid of Giza and he found this door. It's like a moving.
I've heard that
stone
term
door.
before.
And he used it.
I know Trump wants
And
to
then he
tariff
voted on it.
foreign
But
goods.
nobody has ever been able to find that door after him. It's some famous Greek philosopher or geographer or somebody like that. So back to the moving parts. A lot of Indian temples have these moving parts. You know, again, you saw the chains
Yes.
that are moving. You saw the the rotating
Okay.
parts.
Has that ever been implemented in a country before?
They seem to be placed in all ancient temples for some reason, and we no longer.
Why is that a bad
have,
thing for the consumer?
This type of technology in the new temples.
USSR. I was saying, like, it sounds like
Yeah,
very
so that's
communist.
Like lost,
But why is it?
New
But-
being
like if they build it. In
Why
the
is it
last
necessarily a
300
bad thing?
years,
What was the
that's not
consequence?
there.
Gotcha. But the ones that archaeology thinks is 900
Just
to 1400.
Grocers unable to sell goods anymore?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
Is
Mass
there like some is there
closure of
stores
stores?
that you think that they were harnessing the energy through those? Is that were
No.
they, okay.
No, we can't be like, okay, we found all these connections with the wires and they were storing it here.
But would they really?
That would be a jackpot.
Yeah.
Like, that would be like finding.
Would they really close their stores?
And then they build a parking lot around it.
Right. Yeah.
Raise
That would be a
taxes
jackpot to
and
find an intact mechanism, right?
so the stores are subsidized by the government?
Any other real reason why somebody would go out of the way?
The stores are subsidized by
create moving
by
parts.
taxpayers?
In Tampa, why would you do it? It's so hard to do it too. It's not easy, right? Even at Coral Castle.
What if the stores just
the
become less
hotel
like greedy?
built
Why would it?
9-ton,
How would it? How can they
revolving
enforce
door,
it
right?
on
It's
like?
a 9-ton rotating door, and it's like a big door. It's made of solid coral rock, basically.
Right. Yeah. It's in
And if you go today, it doesn't work.
Right. Yeah. It stopped working.
It's not working. It's like you can't create like megalithic structures. Like you can't create stone things that move forever. It's just very
Well,
hard to do.
Coral is different than granite too. You know, that's coral's gonna wear down for sure over time.
But it's not.
Oh yeah, and the
it's
way
not
the
granite itself or coral
the
itself.
Biden-Harris
It's the
administration,
axis. It's the axle that goes
yeah,
inside.
it fucking fired people
Anything that's
and
rotating,
terrified people for
there's gonna
not
be a lot of
taking
friction, and you have to
the
use lubricants
vaccine. Like,
for
come
it.
on, man.
You know, it's not
That was
easy.
fucking rushed in without proper clinical trials, not even past fucking phase 2, phase 3. Fucking pseudouridine. Fucking E. coli plasmid DNA. Like, yeah, they still need to face Nuremberg trial for Harris and Biden and Fauci, of course. and Trudeau.
Fantastic pillar. It's like, again, lathes turn to pillar, all sorts
Dan
of weird
Andrews.
things in that pillar. Ancient. And you can still see traces of lubricants.
Who the fuck else?
placed at the
Fucking
base
that
because
Finnish
these guys
bitch.
were
The
using
bitch in
lubricants.
Finland. Fuck her. That
But
woman
it
in
does not rotate
Auckland.
anymore. It was You know, 900 years old. You know, it's not gonna.
Right.
That's not gonna work forever. I don't think.
Right. Any evidence from the ancient texts or scriptures about electricity or anything that?
I sound like a crazy person.
Would've taught that
They would have to
would
be once they
Ancient
begin to
texts talk
collapse.
a lot about electricity. There's no doubt.
Yes.
There's a word for
You
it.
really
It's
think?
called
Well,
vidyut.
I thought grocery stores were just extremely greedy.
There's actually a word for electricity called vidyut in ancient texts, in ancient Indian texts. Again, there's a saint called Agastya who talks about batteries. It's basically talking about a galvanic cell, right? How you can put like certain things together. You can take copper and you can take this metal, and if you put together, you can produce vidyut. You can produce electricity. Right? So
Oh my
there's
God.
stuff like that.
Come
Very
on,
similar
like
to
fuck
the
this
valve
game,
of
bros.
battery. Like very almost, I would say, it's a freaky coincidence.
Yo,
Back then, same thing, right?
Lukakis.
So they find this 2,000-year-old jar in where's it, Kufu Rajut in Iraq near Baghdad.
Right.
Yeah, but
They find a big pot and they find a copper tube and an iron rod that goes in the center.
okay. So,
Right, that's it.
do you think
Right?
Elon
So-
Musk
And they found all three together.
freed Twitter? I think
Iron rod
Elon
goes
Musk
inside the
privatized
copper
Twitter
tube, and the
because
copper
I
tube
I
goes
don't have a
inside
Twitter account,
the jar.
and I
And they
used to
found
be able
traces of
to
vinegar.
go to Twitter
In the
as
jar,
a
inside
news
the jar, they
source
found traces of vinegar.
and just read
So
the comments and the
when
discussion
Wilhelm
and read
Reich,
everything, right?
was a German guy,
But
was-
ever since Elon Musk purchased it, I can't.
Wilhelm
I can only
Reich,
see maybe about half
when
of the
he-
the Twitter links, and I can't see
when
any
Wilhelm
comments, and I
Reich,
can't see any
who was
discussion.
the director of the museum in Iraq
And it's like,
at that time.
what do you
He was the
mean?
one who put
Elon did
everything together.
Elon did
Let's
the
put
exact
vinegar inside,
opposite
just let's recreate it, and it produced
of
electricity,
free speech.
right? So that's why they call
You know what I
it
mean? Like
Baghdad
the
battery.
exact
So,
opposite.
again, this goes
Wants
back
attention and
to
power. Yo,
how
yeah,
we
exact.
build
Like,
fantastic structures, whether
so
we
okay,
use
so you think Elon's not associated with
electricity,
Trump
whether
at all?
was
You think
his,
Elon is
power plant,
just like a groomer?
type of
Not a
thing.
groomer, but
But
what's the word?
On a side
Not
note,
a
you know where the
groomer,
Baghdad batteries
Uh,
Probably the
and he's an asshole to his fucking son or his daughter. He's an
Nah,
asshole to his
nah,
daughter.
Americans, you guys are doing a better job now.
Yeah,
You guys went to Iraq.
yeah.
Yo, they're
Remember
wildin',
weapons of
man.
mass
The
destruction?
fucking
I
dude,
Soprano?
Yeah.
Trump and fucking Elon are wildin'. They really
Guess
are,
where
man.
that,
Like they're just so
the Baghdad
crazy.
batteries today?
Cairo.
Like if they just
Now, you-
weren't so
go to
crazy.
Wikipedia, you find it. When the U.S. invaded Iraq, well,
We've looted the Baghdad battery.
I don't know, man.
It's
I can't read Twitter. I can't read the comments. I can't read the discussions. I can't see the links.
Okay.
I can't see the
Wow,
comments to
that's
validate whether it's the source is true or not, or if there's other comments on it.
They probably want to test it.
It's all locked. It's all hidden. Everything's locked.
Unless it's in some, with some private collector.
You would think 20 years later you would be able to test it by now.
They're not going to tell us.
Yeah.
It'll be like,
So I mean, I
oh,
really
test it,
think
try to work.
that
That's not how
I swear it's
military
just
works.
a propaganda piece that
Right. So, yeah,
Elon
So it was
improved
Baghdad, it was
free
closed
speech.
in
You know what I
or
mean?
something there?
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good job, Americus.
Right. I understand. Doesn't change your point. Yeah. Because I know Musk is not Trump.
Well, excellent.
Had no
Well,
interest in
I've
protecting the
really
First Amendment.
enjoyed chatting with
Or
you.
wanted regular speech.
Last
Yeah, that's
few
true.
days. It's been a lot of fun. I learned a lot. Really cool. I didn't know much about India.
It's true,
and
man.
The history
I agree,
over there,
man.
So to hear
I agree,
about it
dude.
straight from you and to hear your take on it was really,
Dude,
really fascinating stuff.
Every
So,
time I start
really
criticizing Trump,
enjoyed
everyone
it.
thinks that I would have voted for Harris. But like,
I really
I
appreciate you, man.
I would not
24
have.
hours on a plane
I'm not
today.
saying that you
It's-
think I would
You
have.
gotta be jet lagged, so you're doing a tremendous
But-
job to even be awake through all of this.
I have to
So,
say that.
can't thank you enough and hope to connect with you again. in the
But it's
future.
crazy because like I don't know why he has to fucking go after women's rights. Like just leave women alone, man. Just leave them alone, dude.
I would like to start
Like,
my, all my
just leave 'em
products, my
alone, man.
meditation courses, my books.
He,
I
like he just
created down
They
here.
wouldn't have been.
There's nothing, you know,
I think just a
literally,
crazy
like,
boomer,
I
man.
feel like an idiot.
Good thing
I'm
is
not
that the
saying
Democrat have to
anything, like, I
restructure
don't
the
have
party
anything,
now. Yeah,
so it really sucks.
Andrew Wang.
That's hilarious.
But it was great. I mean,
Bro,
I had,
Andrew
I
Wang.
had great
I like
fun,
Wang's
talking to
policies.
you.
Maybe I am a
Really,
fucking
and
commie.
Brian too. And Joe, you have a fantastic office.
Maybe I am a commie. Maybe I am a liberal.
Impressed by the culture at Bell's. Fantastic, really. So happy to have come here, and you know, you guys watching us. I hope it was good, and do check me out. All I have is like just search Praveen Mohan on social media. You'll find me. I'm not selling anything, but hopefully at least in a year I'll put something together. I feel kind of ashamed.
Well, you got great content on your channel. You know,
Some
you
Democrats
have
will
to
follow
share
this
with
time.
people.
Yeah.
Your YouTube channel is what 1.9 million or so?
It was now 1.9.
1.9
Yeah.
million. Yeah,
Really 2
fantastic.
million this year.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. And other social media channels?
Seeing Praveen Mohan on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Not on Twitter, I don't think. Just Google
Like
me if you
I
find me.
really
There's my
love
name,
talking
Praveen Mohan.
positively about
What's
Donald
up
Trump
next for you?
winning over Harris,
You know,
but
research you're digging
I,
into now.
I feel like I do
We've
have to
done a lot of
start every
traveling.
time talking about
We
women's
get to go back
rights
to
because,
Indonesia. We're going to Thailand.
well, we have to first at least address it.
We're just trying to cover.
Well, if they're taken away, like we have to, it has to at least be
temples in
addressed
Southeast
before we can
Asia.
talk about the
I'd
benefits
like
of this
to,
man,
finish it,
which I'm
in the
happy to
next
talk
4 or
about.
5 years. This is a
Dems
long
have this opportunity to reform or
process.
destroy
We got
themselves.
some of the fantastic temples in Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
I would like to cover all of them. So we got a lot of other things too. Coming
you
up.
see, RFK Jr. wants to go after like Monsanto and Bayer and all the pharmaceutical companies and shit. He wants like a position in the Congress.
And the ancient sites there.
Be ridiculous.
Really like to document everything, because all this stuff that I showed you, you know, the moving parts, the musical pillars, I was the first one to show.
Myself over
So,
RFK, yeah.
and today, if you search for them, you'll find a lot. But people
I
don't
don't know,
like
man.
to go and find new things. It's easier to just copy. But I would like to actually.
They
go and
passed
find them
away,
because there's a lot of
fucking his
hidden
father or
treasure,
whatever.
and to me, that's a real treasure. It's not the gold.
He's
or the
talking a
money
lot
or
of smack right now. He's talking a
to
lot
me,
of
the
shit.
real treasure is the technology of ancient people.
He's talking a lot of
How
shit,
they
and I'm
build
like,
these fantastic
I think he should
temples.
just fucking
What
just chill the
was
fuck out.
Their thought process. You know, that's a real treasure, and I would really like to.
But that's just
uncover
my
them
fucking
and
opinion.
discover new things, and just showcase that to people. You know, to the general public, for them to be like, wow, these are.
Yeah,
amazing
that's sick that he
temples.
bench presses.
Now,
That's sick.
I've planted a seed in your mind about ancient Hindu temples and Buddhist temples in India and Southeast Asia. I'm sure someday, like,
A lot of baby boomers don't bench
you'll
press.
grow, and then you'll come and visit. That's all.
Come on.
Yeah, cool. Love it, man. Great message. You're doing a great job of spreading a lot of.
No, what? Like, no, like, fuck you.
Personality's infectious,
Go fuck
so,
yourself. Like, look at this. No, man. Like, what?
Just great to meet you. Great to spend time with you over the last couple of days. Really enjoyed it. And, I know we'll be in touch. And,
Sorry.
now we're gonna
Sorry to yell
talk
randomly
a
into
little
my mic.
basis for your channel, so I'm excited
What's
about
basically
that
possible. I
too.
want
So,
him to go after Fauci, yeah.
If you're finishing up this episode on Limitless, go over to probably.
Well, I mean, like, there has to be, like, it has to be made an example of. I'm not saying, like, like actual Nuremberg fucking people being hung, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying is, has to at least be addressed in a court of law so that it doesn't happen again. Right? Don't bench press my pecs and mass already. That's all good, buddy. Nice. I'm 4. Fucking reckoning. Yeah. I hear you, brother. I hear you, man.
yesterday was the anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America. How fitting.
I guess it is, but of course he didn't discover it. In fact, the Americas may have been discovered as early as 100.
Yeah, I am happy that the party that
which makes
took away
1492
human
AD
rights from injections
insignificance.
was not voted back
Of
in.
course, this is a matter that's disputed.
And I'm
by
kind of shocked that
researchers. Nevertheless, there's a
Democrats
highly
and liberals
professional team
aren't
from the
talking
San
about
Diego Natural
how
History Museum, who've
fucking
excavated
vaccine
what is called
mandate
the
was
Cerruti
discriminatory
Mastodon site just
against
south
the
of San
majority
Diego.
humans.
And I've been there.
Not even the
museum,
majority, but I mean a group,
talked to
even a
the
group of
leading expert,
humans.
Tom Demeray. And what they found was mastodon
But anyways, I
bones
digress.
that had been crushed systematically and in an organized way using some kind of stone tool to extract the marrow. And the only interpretation they
Oh,
were
fuck,
able to
Ninja's
use is
podcast,
that it was
whoops.
human beings.
I
Whether it
missed
was
it. It's
other
okay.
kinds of human species like Denisovans, perhaps even Neanderthals, or whether it was anatomically modern humans, all of us were around 130,000 years ago. But it's human behavior that we're looking at, the systematic killing of an animal and then the fracturing of its bones to extract the marrow. Now, of course, this is
Oh, wow, really?
regarded as some kind of terrible heresy by archaeologists who've been wedded to the idea of a very recent settlement of the Americas for a very, very, very long time. But gradually, reluctantly, kicking and screaming and spitting nails as they go along, archaeologists have begun to accept that the peopling of the Americas happened a lot earlier than they had thought. And presently, the kind of date that is being considered, accepted in fact, by the majority of archaeologists is around 23,000, 24,000 years ago. That's White Sands, New Mexico, and the human footprints there, which we feature in episode 1 of season 2 of Age of Apocalypse. But there's a recognition that it could be older than that, could be 30,000 years old, and then there's sites in South America.
Wait, 2025? How many?
36,000, 40,000.
Don't they have 5 years, or is it 4
So the
years?
whole issue is
It
very
used to be
much
5
up to
years.
Trump, but the one guy who was really late to the party was Columbus.
Is the Americas often overlooked when it comes to the history of human civilization?
Yes, because there's been this prejudice that the
So yeah, I
Americas
mean,
have
Elon
nothing to do with the
unbanned
origins
a
of
lot of people and
civilization
unbanned a lot of
because human
words.
beings supposedly.
Oh, I gotta log into Facebook.
It was called the Clovis First model. It was held until really about 10 years ago that no humans had been in the Americas before 13,000 years ago. So you can see that the Cerruti Mastodon site multiplies that by 10 to 130,000 years ago.
Oh, no, I don't.
There's gradually been an
Oh, wow,
acceptance
insane.
of an earlier settlement than that. And they're still fighting over the Cerruti Mastodon site.
Aw, that's sweet. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Love you. Aw, that's sweet.
Nature, a reasonably
That's
respectful
sweet, that's a
discussion
sweet
going
one.
on between archaeologists who disagree over this. But yes, that model of a very late settlement of the Americas. I mean, the view is that anatomically modern humans came into Europe
That's a sweet one.
60,000 years ago, maybe 50,000 years ago.
Top lad even back then,
anatomically
yeah.
modern humans in Australia between 50 and 60,000 years ago as
Oh
well.
my gosh.
And of course, anatomically modern humans were in Africa, going back 300,000 years. The earliest known anatomically modern human remains are from Jebel Erhoud in Morocco, and they date to 310,000 years ago. And they're pretty much identical to modern humans today, and we can assume that their brains were pretty much identical as well. It may be that earlier examples of anatomically modern humans will be found. This is why one of my pet sayings is stuff just keeps on getting older, because it's not that long ago when the view was, I mean, back in the 90s, when the view was that there were no anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago, and then new discoveries kept pushing it back, and then it switched to about 110,000 years ago with a discovery in Ethiopia, and now more than 300,000 years ago. So who knows how far that timeline will go back. But the general view has been we will not look for the origins of civilization in the Americas because they were recently settled. And these new discoveries have to change that picture. Archaeology is very slow to change its paradigms, but this is one that is going to need to be changed. And the result is that the Americas have not been seriously studied for the specific issue of the origins of civilization, that thing that we call civilization.
Wow.
What
Scene.
was or is the established history? What was the story that's been told by archaeologists up to now about how the Americas was settled, when, what mode, etc.?
Well, the story that stuck for
Oh, wow,
a long
insane.
time, like 30 or more years, was the notion
That's
that
cool.
people who archaeologists call
2018,
Clovis
wow.
entered
Legend.
North America across the Bering land bridge. We call it the Bering Straits today, but during the Ice Age, and 13,400 years ago was during the Ice Age, sea level was much lower, and it was possible to cross by land from Siberia into Alaska, and thus to enter the Americas without
Dodged a
making
bullet.
a sea voyage. And part of the prejudice that archaeologists did have against our ancestors is they didn't think they were capable of making sea voyages. And therefore this seemed like the most likely way that came into the Americas. And that stuck for a very long time. And that was called the Clovis first hypothesis. And
Yeah,
the
man,
Clovis
they might have done
hypothesis
COVID
became this
2.0.
bitter battle.
They might have done
Because there was
COVID 20.
a group of archaeologists,
Honestly.
very influential, very widely published, who
And the
clung on
fucking
to
Democrats
this
would have
Clovis
supported
first
it.
doctrine that
Can
there
you
was no
believe it?
culture here before the
I can
Clovis
believe
culture
it.
for a very long time. And anybody who brought new evidence to the table suggesting that
Scurvy, yeah,
all these
really.
Americas were running the risk of having their careers
Your kids would have been getting
destroyed.
more
And
scurvy.
this happened in several cases.
Your kids would have been getting scurvier.
Running the risk of being humiliated, of having funding withdrawn from their research, and so on and so forth. So that doctrine, the Clovis first doctrine, stuck until the evidence became utterly overwhelming. For example, Tom Dillahay finally managed to demonstrate, even to the most skeptical of his colleagues, that Monteverde in South America had.
I put that on my
at least
dating
14,000
profile. What's the?
years ago, well before Clovis, and maybe 50.
If Kamala Harris had won,
and Jacques Cinq-Mars,
kids would be getting more scurvy.
brilliant man.
What a shape,
excavated
scurvy.
Bluefish caves in the Yukon back in the 1970s and found evidence that humans had been there 24,000 years ago.
That's pretty weird, man.
Received the full machine gun fire of the entire archaeological profession, and they literally destroyed his career. But back in 2017, he was finally proved to be right. He was absolutely 100% right. Humans were in the Yukon.
Is he still around?
He's
Scurvy.
still around, but very, very old.
Sexier than curvy. S curvy,
And broken by what
for sure.
happened to him.
It's interesting.
Sorry, man. I'm not
the
making fun
Bering
of your
Land Bridge is
profile. I
the
just.
northest of North America,
Yeah,
and then trickling down from there.
trickling down from there.
But if you were to suggest that happened around about 13,000 years ago, let's say that the markings that were found in South America that you just mentioned were found shortly after that. That is a long way
It's a long journey.
to travel. If you're starting at the top and coming down, you would presume that the disbursement would be more centered at the top as opposed to at the bottom.
Yes, you would. And archaeologists are beginning now to open up to the idea that our ancestors were seafarers. I mean, they have to be open to that idea because even at the peak of the Ice Age, when sea level was at its lowest, it was not possible to get to Australia without a sea voyage. You just couldn't do it, and particularly when you're settling a new land, you can't just go by accident with 2 or 3 people. You have to go with a substantial group who bring the means of survival with them at that point. Otherwise, they'll become extinct very, very rapidly. And Australia was systematically settled about 50,000, maybe as much as 60,000 years ago. And undoubtedly, boat journeys were involved, and the same goes for Cyprus. Of course, Cyprus is an island today. But it was an island during the Ice Age too. It's surrounded by colossal deeps at that end of the Mediterranean, and it was never connected to the land. And yet Cyprus was settled around 14,000 years ago. And the evidence is it was a highly organized project, which involved sophisticated shipping and large numbers of people carrying animals with them who settled in Cyprus. So there shouldn't be an argument that our ancestors could use ships, and it's beginning to happen now. Now that Clovis first has finally died the death it long ago deserved,
Come on.
are beginning to accept that
Come on.
the human beings did use ships to come to the Americas. They don't like the idea of them doing something like crossing the whole Pacific Ocean directly. They prefer the idea that they kind of island hopped from Siberia down the coast of Alaska and thence into North America and finally into South America. But this raises one highly significant problem, which is, first of all, that the South American sites, by and large, are older than the North American sites. And secondly, and again we feature this in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, there's intriguing DNA evidence which connects the peoples of Melanesia, New Guinea, and Australian Aborigines, and certain peoples who are indigenous in Taiwan as well, which connects them directly with 3 tribes in the Amazon rainforest, in the west of the Amazon rainforest, and that particular genetic signal is not found anywhere in North America at all, and it should if they got there by a land route coming through North America. It's only found in South America.
I don't think it's fast enough. I don't think it is. I didn't get a boost, did I?
They know that
I don't think it's fast enough, though.
The easiest way
I don't
to
think it
explain
is.
that there was a direct cross.
Dude, I don't think it is, bro. I know it has. It's gonna be so close, man.
Found are already very old, more than 10,000 years old. We're
It's
looking
so
at the
close.
sequence
I
of
think
it.
it's
Could have
23
been
though.
thousands
I
of
think
years
it's a
before.
low 23.
It's just an accidental discovery that complete skeletal remains were found that are 10,000 years old, which have this DNA signal, which is still present in the modern populations.
Pretty big ocean on either side of the Americas.
Big ocean on either
If
side.
you're going to sail it, it's not. I mean, Cyprus, deep or whatever in the Mediterranean, but it's not a Pacific or an Atlantic crossing.
No, in the case of Cyprus and Australia, at the peak of the Ice Age, a large part of the Indonesian archipelago was all drawn into a landmass called Sunda, and that went down as far as Timor. It was still necessary to have a crossing of open ocean of about 90 kilometres to get to New Guinea, which was then joined to Australia. It was about 90 kilometres.
Fuck me, man.
In the case of Cyprus, it was about 50 or 60 kilometres. But the notion of human beings.
It was a pretty slow fourth cam. I think it was like 6 bullets or something.
Thousands of miles of the Pacific Ocean, more than 10,000 miles, is still a very tough one for archaeologists to accept. But at the same time, they can't deny the genetic evidence, so they must look for some explanation. And there's been all kinds of
No, damn it! I wanted to get involved.
to try to.
The khakis
try to
was here,
explain
brother.
that.
Midnight.
I
Thanks,
still
dude.
think the
Damn
simplest
it.
explanation is the one.
Fuck, dude. That was so
think
fucking
Pacific, not
close.
Atlantic crossing.
Pretty shitty
This was
third
definitely
cam too. It was the third cam and the fourth cam that did it, and no boost.
On the east side of the
Thanks,
Asian
brother.
landmass down into Australia, and peoples on the west side of the South American landmass. So
That's just for the genetic
take a
component,
piss.
though.
Yeah.
There's other
Sorry to be so
people
vulgar.
that were there. There's more evidence.
Use a
that's that
washroom.
how did those people get there earlier than?
Damn it, man. That
Well,
was
that's-
so
that's
close.
an unanswered question.
That was really
that's
close.
That's a completely unanswered question.
Fuck.
There are a number of sites, all of which are strongly disputed in South America, which are much older. And how did they get there? We don't know. What has to be seriously questioned is the notion that the entry was only through North America, and that they
And only 13,000 years ago.
or even 23,000 years ago, and that they had to find their way through North America down to South America. And the reason that South America is not being considered as the possible first place of human habitation in the Americas is precisely because of that prejudice that, of course, our ancestors couldn't have sailed the entire Pacific Ocean.
What's interesting about the Amazon from a
Everything is interesting about the Amazon. I love the Amazon. It's a god, or I would prefer to say a goddess. The Amazon is a force. It's an amazing and extraordinary thing. It's very tough. The heat and the humidity are intense. The insects, the snakes, the creatures that will eat you up, the piranhas in the river.
it sounds pretty inhospitable as a place that you're going to
But at
settle.
the same time, it's a garden in which humans can flourish, and which humans did flourish. So, what's interesting about the Amazon, first and foremost, this is one of those areas of the world that is massively under-researched by archaeology. And I don't say that that's an act of irresponsibility on the part of archaeology. That's because it's incredibly expensive to go and research in the Amazon. And when you are of the opinion that you're not going to find much there, then undertaking that research has never seemed worthwhile. But new information keeps on coming in, which is changing that. I mean, statistically, we're looking about 5 to 6 million square kilometers that are still under dense canopy rainforest. and again, this is an issue that we've gone into in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, because I think everybody knows that the Amazon is under attack at the moment, that large parts of the Amazon are being cut down and turned into soya bean farms and cattle ranches. And the soya beans are primarily to feed the cattle. As a result of these clearances, strange things have begun to emerge into plain sight. And these include gigantic, perfectly geometrical earthworks. Now, if we talk about the earthworks in the UK, everybody's heard of Stonehenge or Avebury. A henge actually is an earthwork. It's the ditch that surrounds the stone circle. It's not particularly prominent in the case of Stonehenge, but it's massively prominent in the case of Avebury, a big deep ditch with an embankment on either side. These earthworks in the Amazon, they don't have the standing stones in the middle of them because there is no stone in that part of the Amazon. But they do have these huge earthworks which can take very intriguing geometrical forms. So, for example, a perfect square with a perfect circle inside it, but on a scale of hundreds of meters. Rectangles, square enclosures with sort of scallops cut out of one corner of them. The whole thing, lots and lots of circles. Many of these structures appear to be aligned to the cardinal directions. And
what's the cardinal direction?
North, south, east, and west. And it's very important to be clear on that. North, south, east, and west on a compass are not the same as true north, south, east, and west. There's an error of 10 or 11 degrees in compass, which is a magnetic reading. True north is defined by astronomy.
And which one does this follow?
This follows true north. True north, south, east, and west, the true cardinal directions. So anyway, as a result of the clearances, we've started to see these puzzling earthworks appearing, and that has led a team who we cooperated with in Ancient Apocalypse. The lead archaeologist is Martti Parsanen from the University of Helsinki, and his partner in the project is Alceo Ranzi, who's a very distinguished geographer from Brazil. And it was actually Alceo who was the first to spot these geoglyphs. That's what he called them, because it struck him that there was a similarity to the Nazca lines. These things are so big that you can only really see what they are when you're up in the air. And he was on a flight over and suddenly saw this and thought, what the hell is that? And that led him to begin to investigate and find there wasn't just one. There were dozens of them that had already been produced by the clearances. And now what Alceo and Martti are doing is a detailed LiDAR study in the areas touching on those parts that have already been cleared. They're going deeper into the jungle. And while we were there, they found half a dozen new structures under the canopy rainforest. You see, LiDAR will allow you to see through the rainforest canopy and to see relief features underneath it without destroying anything. And then you can go in very, very low tech. You can just go in, not destroy anything, and begin to investigate what the LiDAR has picked up. And what the LiDAR has picked up is these just extraordinary geometrical structures extending into the jungle as far as the range of the drone on that day. And both Martti and Alceo are of the opinion that there are thousands of these things still waiting to be discovered. And indigenous people, I spent time with an elder of the Aparina people for whom these geoglyphs are sacred. They say that there are thousands of them throughout the jungle, and they still venerate them and value them today, and that they are places that shamans use to work healing medicine on the people.
How old are they?
The ones that have been found up till now go back about 2,000 to 3,000 years. And that's based on dating of organic material found in the earthworks. It's a rough guess. However, what they've found, that those precise areas on which the earthworks now stand, once you excavate down deeper than about 2 or 3 meters, you find that they have been intensely used by human beings, and there's an enormous amount of charcoal and carbon down there. And those dates, so what they're saying is that these sites actually appear to have been selected and appear to have been sacred to people for at least 10,000 years. And we see the latest incarnation of them in the earthworks that have survived to this day. So there's a big project now going on in the Amazon to open it up and to find out. I don't mean to open it up by destroying the rainforest. I mean to use LiDAR to find out what's going on there. And other results of this have included absolute confirmation that there were huge cities in the Amazon, that the Amazon did have a population before the Spanish conquest of tens of millions. This was a completely different place from the place that we imagine, this kind of pristine rainforest inhabited by a few tribes of hunter-foragers. No, there were large-scale permanent settlements in the Amazon, and they were joined by perfectly straight roadways that ran in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. We are seeing the traces, literally, of a lost civilization in the Amazon, and the work is just beginning to get to grips with the dates on these. And this is just tiny bits of the Amazon that have been looked at thus far. So I'm of the opinion that the Amazon has a great deal more to tell us, and I've done my best to bring the case for that to the viewers in Ancient Apocalypse. And besides, what a privilege to spend time in the Amazon.
Over the span of about a year, I tried pretty much every green string that I could find, trying to work out which one was best. I came across AG1, and I'm stuck with it for 3 years now because it's the best. It's the most rigorously formulated, highly tested, and comprehensive green string that I've ever found. And that's why I put it into my body, and I've got my mum to take it, my dad to take it, and a ton of my friends as well. And if I found anything better, I would change, but I haven't, which is why I still use it. Since 2010, they've improved their formula 52 times in the pursuit of making the best foundational nutrition supplement possible through high-quality ingredients and rigorous standards. Best of all, there is a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it and try it every single day for 3 full months, and if you do not like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back. So, you can try AG1 completely risk-free for 3 months, plus get a year's free supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at the link in the description below, or by going to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's drinkag1.com/modernwisdom.
My first visit to the Amazon was in 2003. I was working on a book that I published in 2005 called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's recently been retitled as Visionary. It's still out there, but I was interested in the notion, for which credit must be given to the late great Terence McKenna, that sampling psychedelics played a key role in the evolution of human consciousness, and that we can see the evidence for the use of psychedelics. And here I want to pay tribute to the work of Professor David Lewis Williams of the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. We can see evidence for the use of psychedelics in cave art all around the world, and in rock art all around the world. And we can see that evidence in the Amazon very, very strongly. And furthermore, shamans in the Amazon who are drinking ayahuasca, drinking the powerful visionary ayahuasca, after their visionary experiences, if they have painting skills,
Eating up in here with obsession, man.
they paint their visions. And those paintings of those visions are astonishingly similar to the paintings that you see on ancient rock faces, such as in Colombia, in the Amazon, going back more than 12,000 years, and paintings that you see even in Europe, in caves like Lascaux, where the same geometric patterns and the same strange beings that are part mixture, part animal, part human, appear. It's as though the visionary realm is being manifested in art. And I wanted to investigate that. And I had not experienced ayahuasca before, but I didn't feel I could write about it authentically without drinking ayahuasca. So I went to the Amazon, first of all, in 2003 to drink ayahuasca with an indigenous shaman, and whose name is Francisco Montes Shuna. And I had my first 11 sessions with...
11 sessions?
Yeah.
First 11.
First 11, yeah. I've subsequently had about another 70. But that was... The first 11 were for research purposes. The other 70 is because ayahuasca has helped me to get to grips with issues in my life that I didn't even know I needed to get to grips with. But it's helped me to do that. So I still feel... I think they're right in the Amazon to refer to ayahuasca as a teacher. And I have learned many useful and important lessons to it. So the last time I had an ayahuasca session was actually while we were filming in Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. And it was
peeled off from a day of shooting to go
and it was the same shaman, Francisco Montes Shuna, who I drank with 20 years before. So it was fascinating to be back there and to be in the midst of that majesty and surrounded by that wildness. Of course, you can drink ayahuasca pretty well anywhere in the world today, but it's better to do so in the hands of a shaman who really knows what he or she is doing. I'm not saying that there can't be Western shamans. There can, and there are some. But they need to sit down at the feet of shamans in the Amazon and learn techniques from them, because people can get into a very bad place on an ayahuasca trip, and that needs to be handled. Shamans see it as keeping dark forces at bay. That's what their role is primarily in this. So it was very, very interesting to have another session there, and I was joined by my good friend Luis Eduardo Luna, who's a Colombian anthropologist who is now based in Brazil. He's one of the world experts on ayahuasca. We had some very interesting discussions about the mysteries of this brew, and the mysteries of the ayahuasca brew also touch upon the question of civilization in the Amazon.
How so?
Well, because ayahuasca is a very complicated thing to make. It is a mixture of two ingredients. The best known form, which is actually called ayahuasca, and that's not even an Amazonian word, that's a Quechua word, it's an Inca word. The Incas were also using ayahuasca, and they named it, and that name, there are many local names for it, but the Inca name stuck, and everybody calls it ayahuasca now, which means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. The vine itself has almost no visionary properties. If you were to drink a tea made of brewing up, smashed up portions of the vine, and you could drink gallons of it and you wouldn't have any visions whatsoever. The other ingredient is a leaf from a bush, and that bush is botanically Psychotria viridis. In the Amazon they call it chacruna, and those leaves contain substantial quantities of arguably the world's most powerful psychedelic, which is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the type of DMT that's called NN-DMT. And this is where it gets complicated, because DMT is not normally accessible orally to the brain. In other words, you could munch several kilos of those leaves or cook them up in a tea and drink them, and it wouldn't have any effect on you. And this is because of an enzyme called monoamine oxidase that we have in our gut. It destroys DMT on contact. That's why people who want to have the straight DMT experience today have to smoke it or vape it, smoke it in a pipe or vape it, and then it gets right through the blood-brain barrier and into the brain, but through the gut you can't absorb it orally. So how do you conquer that problem? What you need, in scientific terms, is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. You need something that will shut down that enzyme in the gut. And that's precisely what the ayahuasca vine provides. It provides a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that shuts down the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT in the leaves that are part of the brew to be active. And then, instead of having the usual 10 or 12 minute or even less trip to the other side of reality, which is what happens with smoked or vaped DMT, you have a 4-hour journey to the other side of reality. And it's much slower paced. You have time to get to grips with what is happening and to investigate the visions that you're experiencing and the teachings that you're receiving. Sometimes you receive nothing. Sometimes all you do is just vomit and have diarrhea. That is one of the physical consequences of ayahuasca. I can say, as a result, I've been working with ayahuasca for more than 20 years now. I can say that as a result of long-term exposure to ayahuasca, the vomiting and diarrhea side of it have got less and less as time has gone on. But the visionary experiences continue to be extremely powerful. However, sometimes you don't get anything, and they call it a nada in Peru, where you have a nothing. But the view of shamans in Peru is that nothing is the really most important one, that you're downloading stuff subconsciously that you're not getting consciously. It's really, they celebrate these nadas. They're good things to have.
What's the implication of having the similar cave paintings from potential psychedelic cave paintings in the Amazon, in Europe, elsewhere in the world, What do you sort of,
Well, the
story you're drawing from
the
that?
implication is that psychedelics were involved in every case, different psychedelics, but they were involved in every case. Just to finish on the case of ayahuasca, the other form of ayahuasca is called yahe, which is spelled Y-A-J-E with an accent over the E, yahe. And a lot of people think that is ayahuasca, and indeed it does include the ayahuasca vine. That is the common element to these two versions of the brew. However, the dimethyltryptamine element is provided actually from another vine, from the leaves that grow off that vine. And they contribute not only NN-DMT, but also 5-MeO-DMT. Both of them are in the brew with the monoamine.
Have you tried this yahe?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you compare the two?
I would say it's significantly more powerful than ayahuasca on its own, and really intense, overwhelming visions and the sense of contact with an intelligence. And I know that skeptical nuts and bolts scientists will say, of course you're not having contact with any intelligence, it's just your fantasies, it's just a hallucination. But I suggest they go and have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca first and see if that is still their view. There's something very mysterious about it, and this is a result of literally Amazonian technology. Go figure how they choose out of more than 100,000 different species of plants and trees. They find the bush with the leaves that contain DMT, and they find the vine which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and they put them together.
What do you suggest?
To do that by trial and error is no easy task.
No, it's no easy task, but also given enough time and not much else to do.
It could be done. It could be done. And when I observe shamans in the Amazon today, what I notice is that they are constantly sampling plants. They're constantly sampling admixtures of plants. Francisco on this latest journey that I had was dropping little bits of different flowers into the plant as well.
God knows what that's going to do.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is that I did have an extraordinary night, and it was very, very interesting. And nobody in their right mind is going to drink ayahuasca for kicks. It's not some kind of light-hearted
Recreation.
I would say it's definitely not recreational, especially with the physical effects that it has. But it's also a powerful emotional journey, which will reveal to you things that you may have suppressed from yourself. And the point I often make on this is, it's very easy to be harsh and cruel with words to another human being, especially when you're pretty good at words, which I am. And that's my only skill, actually. I have no other skills. I can't even, put a screwdriver into a screw thread without it breaking off. But I have words, and I've realized that I've said things in moments of anger that were very harsh and very cruel and really hurt other people. And ayahuasca's shown me that side of myself.
It's interesting on that point. I often think about how people that are physically strong, there's a meme, there is a culture around physically strong people protect physically weaker people, or at the very least, a big hulking MMA fighter doesn't try and fight a granddad, for instance, because there's an imbalance. But we don't have the same sense, because outwardly it's not as obvious. We don't have the same sense for somebody lexically who is linguistically very capable.
No.
And you can use, Ben Shapiro talked to me about this, about how he's a professional debater, very quick with his words, so on and so forth. And he can use that to win when arguing with his wife. But he says, do you want to be right or do you want to be loved? And
exactly.
He has to temper. It's like being the real strong guy up against the granddad.
Absolutely. I would say the most important lessons I've had from my ayahuasca journeys has been that I do have a problem with anger, and I need to deal with it, and I have been dealing with it. It's one thing to get the revelation; it's another thing to actually integrate it into your life. I mean, that's where the hard work begins. But I'm working on this, and I hope that I'm a kinder and more nurturing person than I was.
I want to get it. I want to talk about that, because I'm particularly fascinated about the psychology of somebody that's had to deal with such consistent criticism for a long period of time, disposition for anger, but then also evidently this sort of transcendent desire to include and transcend, as Ken Wilber would say. But
it's partly to do with being 74 years old. We're all mortal, and the thing is that when we're in our 30s and 40s, we don't really take that into account. But believe me, when you get to my age, the clock is ticking, and you know that whatever happens, it's not going to be that long before your time is up. And I'm completely resigned and accepting to the notion of death, and it can come at any time. But when it comes, I would like to be able to look back on my life and say that it was a worthwhile life, and that I did more good than I did harm, at the very least.
Anger's a young man's game in that regard.
Yeah.
What's this rumor meme that I've heard about the Amazon being a man-made jungle?
Oh, it is. It is a man-made jungle.
What does that mean?
Well, what it means is that when you analyze the millions of trees in the Amazon, you find that they boil down to about 16,000 different species. That species like the Brazil nut tree, which are incredibly helpful to human beings, which are food-producing trees, are hyper-dominant in the Amazon. And they shouldn't be if it were just the result of natural selection in the Amazon. It's clear that human beings have been involved in turning the Amazon to their purpose and making it an environment that is useful to them, that can feed them, that can nurture them. And for that reason, just as clearly a brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of ayahuasca, an equally brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of curare, which involves 11 different plants. You know what curare is? Curare is a nerve poison, which is used to tip arrows. If you're hunting a monkey, and that monkey is 100 foot up a tree, and you want it for dinner, what you don't want to do is for it to, as you shoot an arrow into it, its natural instinct will be to wrap its tail around the tree. And suddenly, the monkey that you want for dinner is hanging by its tail 100 feet above you in the tree. You don't want that. So you want something that paralyzes its muscles. And that's what curare is. That's why, curare was later used in anesthesia as well. They shoot the monkey with a curare-tipped arrow. Its muscles go limp, and it falls from the tree, and dinner is ready. But to create curare, you need 11 different ingredients all put together, and if you don't have even one of them, it won't work anymore. So that's a scientific project, again, from a people who have lived in their environment for thousands, I believe tens of thousands of years, and are so familiar with it and so comfortable with it, they know what to do with it. But I would add to that one other Amazonian science, which again we go into in season 2, which is called terra preta, which is patches of astonishingly fertile soil that are found dotted throughout the Amazon, and which are still sought out by modern settlers today, because the rest of the rainforest isn't particularly fertile. That's why it's also such a tragic waste to cut the rainforest down. It's doing much better things for the world by being left as a rainforest than it is being turned into a cattle ranch. But terra preta has allowed bits of the Amazon to be incredibly fertile, and that also is an Amazonian invention. People in the Amazon are still making terra preta today, but the oldest examples so far found go back more than 8,000 years, and it's almost a miracle soil. It regenerates its own fertility. It's full of bacteria. It's full of
Okay, Precious, let me
It's been deliberately
give me a
created
second.
by human beings. They put a lot of refuse in it as well, and it just works and multiplies, and it keeps on rejuvenating its own fertility. So patches that are 8,000 years old are still fertile today.
The thing that I keep coming back to is I understand that there is the technology or the trial and error that's happened in order to make the Amazon very useful to humans in a way that other areas on the planet wouldn't have been. Also understand that you can curate the jungle, Brazil nut trees becoming more prevalent, etc. It's still, to me, thinking about what were sort of anthropologically modern humans built for. Persistence hunting, open plains. It just seems so inhospitable. I wonder why would you decide to... I don't know what America was like.
Well, that's where you have to ask yourself, what was the Amazon that we're now looking at? What was it like during the Ice Age? What was it like 12, 13, 14,000 years ago? And what it was like was more like the savannas of East Africa than it looks today. It became a rainforest later, after human beings were in it. And I suspect human beings were, of course, climate change was involved as well, but I suspect the human beings were involved in the creation of the Amazon right from the beginning, transforming a savanna extending over millions of square kilometers into a giant rainforest. The rainforest itself is probably not much older than 14,000 years.
Because how would you have been able to make thousands and thousands of circles inside of squares if every 2 feet there's another tree?
Exactly. That's right. And certainly, at the very least, you'd have to clear the area that you wanted to build your earthwork in. So it's just one of those great unexamined areas where the human story has not been followed through enough. And when we do follow it through, we find intriguing hints of great sophistication in the past, and of finding a way of life. We shouldn't imagine that everything that we would call a quote-unquote advanced civilization has to look like us, with iPhones and cars and rocket ships and things like that. It doesn't have to look like that. There's lots of other ways to be being advanced. And I would say an advanced civilization actually should not be defined by its possessions, by its material wealth. It should be defined by its spiritual wealth and its ability to live in harmony with the environment in which it is surrounded. And our civilization, despite all its tech achievements, is not living in harmony with the environment at all. Whereas Amazonian civilization for thousands of years was and still is.
I get what you mean there. I'm hesitant sometimes of sort of laying at the feet of modern humans this disregard for the world around us. I think it would be difficult if you were to give people of 13,000, 14,000 years ago the convenience and the opportunity and the availability of all of the things that everybody has in the modern world. I'm not convinced by the idea that humans are being callous in their usage of most things in the modern world.
Oh, no, I don't think so either.
Had they have had the opportunity to, it would have been difficult in the past to have not become fat because of the beautiful cheesecake and all of the chips.
No, I don't think individual humans are being callous at all. We operate at the scale of a hive mind, a very large-scale organism. That's what humanity is in the world. And the plain fact is we aren't looking after the world well enough. This is our home.
We're very detached from it.
And yes, they're very, very detached from it, and there's no sense of spiritual value in it. This is one of the problems with modern science, and in its desperate desire to separate itself off from superstition. It's become totally focused on weighing and measuring and counting, on a so-called rational approach to reality, whereas reality itself is not really very rational. I think that this is what's missing in our society today is the spiritual element, a sense of connection to this beautiful garden of a planet that the universe has gifted us with, and a connection to the wider universe, and that's why things happen in the way they do. But it can change. I don't think any of the mainstream religions in the world today are helpful in this respect. I realize that some people do get profound spiritual experiences within the mainstream religions, but I think what's happening today is people are beginning to seek spiritual directions in other ways. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why ayahuasca has become so well known and so popular in the West, because it does seem to open a doorway to other dimensions and other realms.
It's probably a more reliable route to a transcendent experience than going to the Vatican, for instance.
I would say so. Yeah, far.
Well, the Vatican is pretty.
And also the key difference is that it's direct experience. It's what you're experiencing, and what you're experiencing is not this world.
It's undeniable in that.
Whatever it is, it's not this. You're experiencing. If our brains are concocting it all as some sort of elaborate novel, then it's astonishing in itself. That itself is a mystery. But many of us who've worked with ayahuasca and DMT can't rid ourselves of this sense that we're getting brief, temporary access to some other level of reality. And fortunately, a number of scientists are now looking into this in a serious, organized, experimental way. And that is being done at Imperial College in London, and it's being done at the University of California in San Diego.
Where's that place that's found the way to do IV DMT
That's Imperial College.
Yeah.
In
So they can keep you at the state that you would have smoked,
yeah.
but perpetual.
Yeah,
no,
the state, the peak state that you would be in 5 minutes after you've had the third puff on the pipe, the peak state that you would be in there, they can keep you there for an hour or longer.
Which presumably feels like 3.5 million years.
Well,
subjectively.
I've tried to volunteer for this.
How's that?
But they won't let me because I have epilepsy. But one of the projects that's taking place in America may allow me to volunteer. I don't believe it would have any.
You're a brave man in that regard.
I don't believe it would have any negative interaction with my epilepsy because I've had quite a lot of experience of DMT and I've had no problems. On the contrary, I find it helpful. But I would like to try that extended thing because.
Have you done the pipe?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I've smoked DMT and I vaped DMT. Both are.
And drank it through the.
And then drunk it through the ayahuasca brew. The nice thing about going straight to the DMT is you don't have the negative physical consequences. And that, you can be in the middle of an extraordinary vision where revelations are just piling in on you, and suddenly your stomach says, "No, get me out of here immediately." And that often involves in the jungle squatting behind a tree and confronting whatever creatures are living in that tree.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Function. I partnered with Function because I wanted a smarter and more comprehensive way to understand what's happening inside of my body. Function has been an absolute game changer. They run lab tests twice a year that monitor everything from your heart health and your hormone levels to nutrient deficiency and stuff like thyroid function. They even screen for 50 types of cancer at stage 1, which is 5 times more data than you get on a typical annual physical. Testosterone levels play a massive role in your energy and performance, and being able to see them charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Lab testing like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function, it is only $500. Function has a 300,000 person waiting list, but every Monday they open a few spots for Modern Wisdom listeners, and you can get your expert blood work analysis and bypass that 300,000 person waitlist by heading to the link in the description below or going to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. What did you learn about the Mayans?
Well, this is another extraordinary civilization of the ancient world, which I think has much more ancient origins than are given to it. We have to trace the origins of Mayan civilization back through the people who were called the Olmecs. And then we have to look at the incredible sophistication and complication of Mayan mathematics and Mayan astronomy and the enormous numbers that they used and how they were recording dates on stelae that go back 30 million years into the past.
Where are they? On a modern map, where do you point to where the Mayans were?
The Yucatan Peninsula, primarily, but then going on into Guatemala as well. That's the Mayan area. And for season 2 of Agent Apocalypse, we filmed specifically in Palenque, which is down at the bottom of the Yucatan. The nearest large town is Villahermosa. Palenque is a magnificent Mayan site dating back to the 8th or 9th century AD. And it's got a series of pyramids built around a beautiful plaza with what appears to be an astronomical observation tower in the middle of a structure that is probably wrongly referred to as the palace. I was able to discuss the site at length with an archaeologist. Not all archaeologists hate me. Quite a number of archaeologists are interested in what I do and are willing to work with me. Don't necessarily agree with me, but are willing at least to have a civil conversation with me. And I was so lucky to have Ed Barnhart as a guest when we were in Palenque.
He seems cool. I watched him on Lex's show.
He's a brilliant guy, and he's fun, and he's just so enjoyable to be around, and just a mine of information about the Mayan calendar and about Mayan astronomy and about Mayan mathematics.
So you can read Mayan.
He can, yes, he can read the Mayan glyphs, and he did a bit of that for us. He's just really good at it, but also, interpreting what Mayan culture was all about. And one of the things we touched on was the fact that there's a very specific idea about what happens to the soul after death, and that idea is found all around the world. It's found very powerfully in the Americas, South America, Mexico, Central America, and North America. But it's also found in Egypt, and it's found in Mesopotamia, and it's found in ancient India. And the idea is that upon death, the soul makes a leap to the heavens, and where it specifically leaps to is the Milky Way. And this is referred to in many cultures as the path of souls. And it's the deceased individual then, or the soul of the deceased individual, then makes a journey along the path of souls. And there will be confronted with all the errors and mistakes, and also all the good that person
Like
has
a
done.
judgment day.
It's like a judgment scene. And that judgment is represented by monstrous beings and locked gates that you have to be able to
might
confront. And
play for a
this
little
idea
more, but I
is
might
just
sign off and play
found all
Zelda
around the
instead,
world.
honestly.
One
I
of
like
the
to play
reasons that I find
Breath of
very
the Wild.
persuasive to the
I know I
notion
literally
that
just
we've
do
lost
23 right
an
now,
element of the
but
human story. I don't think this
I
is
don't
a
know, I put in
coincidence.
4 hours
I
already.
think we're looking at the remnant of a very ancient
Might go at it
spiritual
tomorrow.
system, which was passed
I should
down
probably do
from
weightlifting
many
stream
different
tomorrow,
parts of the
probably.
globe, and subsequently reinterpreted and developed by the people it was
You're
passed.
saying that because it sounds like there's echoes of that in some modern religions, that you don't think they've independently arisen separately, you think that it's a single lineage?
I think it's a single image, yeah. I think when we come to specific ideas like that, plus the...
I should, yo. Thanks, brother. What?
availability and
Play Breath of the
focus
Wild
on
or
the
weightlifting
certain
stream?
nature of specific
Oh, Saturday
meanings
tomorrow? Yeah,
in
that's
many
perfect.
different cultures around the world.
Tomorrow morning or during the day or something.
Well, there's a phenomenon...
Yeah, buddy. Thanks,
that's
homie.
very
Thanks, man.
important in my work over the last 30 years.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate
called
you.
the precession of the equinoxes. It's not a phenomenon that
I totally
everybody
should.
knows about, so I'll try to explain it. It's actually an observable effect, but it's hardly observable within a human lifetime. The best way to observe it, if you could extend your life by a few hundred years and just be at the same spot every spring equinox when the sun rises perfectly dewist, and be there before dawn, a good hour before dawn. A constellation of the zodiac is going to be lying on the horizon in the place where the sun rises, and that constellation was seen by ancient cultures as housing the sun on the equinox, and it defined the character of an age. But if you could be there for several hundred years, you would notice that it's gradually shifting along the horizon, and eventually another constellation will slip into place behind the sun on that same key day.
And what's happening there from an astronomical
Well, what's
perspective?
happening is the Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars, and not only is it rotating on its own axis, as we know, but it's also wobbling, and that wobble. One of the most noticeable effects over long periods of time is it changes the pole star. So, because what is the pole star except the star that the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at? And at the moment it's Polaris, but it's been Kuban, it's been Draco, it's been many other stars in Kuban is in the constellation of Draco in the past.
What's the cycle? How long does it take for you to get back?
25,920 years.
I'm glad that you know it.
25,920 years, and the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So that
It's
is
going to be tough to track in the space of a 72-year lifetime.
It is. So you need long-term observation, you need record keeping, and you need the information being passed on from generation to generation. But sooner or later, you're going to notice. If you're an avid watcher of the heavens, and if these things matter to you as they did to ancient cultures, you're going to notice that this is shifting along the horizon. Whether you're going to figure out exactly why that observable is happening, that's another matter which I can't give you a definite answer on. But that the observable was observed going back a very long way into the past is clear, and I can't touch on this subject without paying tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschamps. Giorgio was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology back in the 1960s, at a time when I think people were more open-minded than they are today. And Hertha was a professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they published this astonishing, groundbreaking book called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill is about the ancient recognition of precession. These are leading academic figures. They completely dismiss the notion that the Greeks discovered precession just 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. They're confident that it goes back thousands of years before that, and they trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. The fact that this is found all around the world in many, many different cultures, classic example, the bridge between the bridge over the moat leading to Angkor Thom in the Angkor complex has 54 statues on either side, and each of those is pulling on the body of a serpent. And if you add 54 to 54, you get 108. 108 is 72 plus 36, half of 72. 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. And then there's precessional imagery. What they're doing by pulling on that serpent is they're churning the Milky Ocean. There's also reliefs in Angkor Wat which show the same scene, but on Angkor Thom it's actually in 3 dimensions. They're churning the Milky Ocean, and as a result they're producing the Amrita, the elixir of immortality. But that churning motion, that's why the book is called Hamlet's Mill, Amlodi's Mill. That same idea of something whirling, turning, and changing is locked symbolically into this number system all around the world.
What are some of the other numbers? You mentioned 108.
They're all multiples of 72 or additions to 72, which are related to the number 72.
No, I'm gonna play Breath of the Wild in like 5 minutes, I think, honestly.
Is a processional number.
To be absolutely honest with you, my friends.
Found in sacred traditions all around the world.
I've been in a good 4 fucking hours.
43,200 is another processional number. That's
A lot of breaks, but
72,600.
still.
That is a number that's found everywhere. There are 432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda. It's the same number again and again, the same, based on the same system of ideals that keeps on coming up.
What were the numbers that the Mayans were obsessed by?
The Mayans were very much involved in the equinoxes and in precessional numbers, but they were also going far beyond that. They were plumbing the depths of time. I can't think of any other ancient culture which had a focus on periods that were millions of years.
5 million years.
It's a really quite remarkable thing. And,
Oh, this is
and
insane.
They could tell
Please.
you what the phase of the moon was on a particular day.
I fucking boost. Like, fuck you.
Why do you think they were so preoccupied with deep history, long numbers, numerology? Not numerology.
Numerology is a fair word for it, in the sense that numbers are thought to have a sacred or a magical quality.
Why do you think that the Mayans, what is it that's...
Well, I've always seen this as a... And again, of course, I'm going to be criticized by archaeologists for this, as though I'm taking something away from the Mayans. But I see the Mayan calendar and the mathematics associated with it as an out-of-place artifact. I see it as something which is... The need for it is hard to explain within the general circumstances of Mayan culture, to have that precise mathematical calculation and this ability to think back millions of years into the past and into the future. It's hard to see the need for it. It feels like something that would have been needed in a much bigger culture, a much bigger civilization, which were able to put huge numbers of specialists to work. And I do regard it as an inheritance. I think the Maya inherited this system from an earlier lost civilization. That's my view. And then they did their own work on it and developed it. And it's a very extraordinary thing.
If that was the case, if the Mayans inherited it, it was passed down somehow from a previous, more advanced civilization, why would they have needed it?
I think that, look at our so-called civilization today. I mean, we have no problem with big numbers. They're quite useful to us. We have no problem with complex, sophisticated mathematics. We are quite capable of peering back millions of years in the past. I mean, our present creation story is that the Earth formed 4,500 million years ago, 4.5 billion years ago. And all the evidence seems to suggest that it did. But that can also be viewed as a creation myth, in a way, a scientific creation myth. The Big Bang. That's another. It's a theory. It's a speculation. But did it happen? Was it that way? There's evidence suggesting that it was. But the point I'm making is that creation myths, foundation myths, myths about the nature of the universe are not limited to hunter-forager peoples in the ancient world. They're also found in the scientific world today.
How much do you think of this focus on astronomy and numbers is from a functional perspective, something logistically, operationally useful? And how much do you think is symbolic and sort of sacred?
I think it's. I don't think it's primarily functional. Most archaeologists will tell you that. They say, of course, the ancients wanted to know when spring began, when.
How to navigate?
Yeah, but not only that. For planting crops, for agriculture, you want to know the season to plant, the season to reap. So you want to be aware of the spring equinox. You want to know the longest day of the year, the shortest day of the year, the solstices. These are useful in an agricultural calendar. That's the argument that's given by archaeologists. But in my opinion, any self-respecting farmer anywhere in the world is really well aware of when he should plant, or she should plant, and when they should sow. They don't need devices that tell them when the equinox is there. There is such a device really magical one, at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. And this is on the pyramid of Kukulkan, which is another name for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. This pyramid at Chichen Itza, its northern stairway, the bottom of the stairway, in fact the bottom of all its stairways, is on each side there's the head of an enormous serpent. But the balustrade up the side of the stairway is just completely plain. But on the spring equinox, towards sunset, between about 5 o'clock in the evening and 5:45 in the evening, this magical effect occurs, and the shadows of the corner of the pyramid are cast on the balustrade of that stairway, and they create the shadow form of a serpent, of an undulating serpent which joins with that serpent head. And that only happens on the equinox and not at any other time. So they pinpointed it precisely. They oriented their pyramid precisely so that one part could cast a shadow on another
No.
on that special day. I think that's going over the top if your interest is only agriculture. I think that's paying homage to, remembering, giving credit to this memory of the feathered serpent, of Kukulkan, of Quetzalcoatl.
So let's just linger on that for a second, because I've heard you on Joe's show talking about this for a long time, and I always think about that's magical. Like, it sounds to me like it's so.
Alright, one more run and
It's so
then we can
beautiful.
play Zelda.
It's
This is the last run of the
sacred.
night.
It's taken this sort of lovely blend.
I'm not gonna end
of
stream. I'm gonna keep stream
art
on, but
and astronomy and archaeology and architecture and all of this together. But can you just think for a second about what the psychology of those humans
Zelda
was
time.
like? Like what's their relationship to this
As
thing?
above, so below. It's as simple as that. There was an ancient system in the old world. There is this phrase, as above, so below. And what that phrase is that it is our burden and our responsibility to replicate upon the earth
There are 3 terminals remaining. You can do it. Good. You've obtained the map of the Divine Beast. You will see several glowing points on your map which represent the term. Take Ruta back by activating all of them. Be careful. are 2 terminals remaining. You're nearly there. just one terminal remaining. You activated all the terminals. Now there should be a new glowing mark on your map. Head there. Be careful not to let your guard down. spear has a long reach. Take care now. Careful, not much room to operate. blood moon rises once again. Please be careful.
Oh. Oh. Oh.